Good morning. Good morning. Is that better? A little louder? Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me in the back? Good? Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being so prompt. This is awesome. And Kelly, thank you for being on time. Just want to welcome everybody. This is our 5th time for the annual support meeting, and we always do this in conjunction with the National Customer Service Appreciation Week, and that's in October, but we hold this a little bit earlier. So I'm just curious though, I think we have quite a few first-timers here. New employees or the first time attending, so I'm going to ask you to stand up because I think there's quite a few. Awesome, welcome, and hope you enjoy the day. So, the last couple years we held the event in Kalahari. This year we decided to switch it up to Century World, and so far it's been awesome. Great facility, great venue. So basically when we have this event, our goal is to show our appreciation to support. And the meeting, our intentions are for you guys to have fun and to be able to network with each other and also feel the appreciation that the owners, management, the agents have for all of you. So this is your day, and we hope that you get something out of it. If nothing, have fun being able to hang out with, coworkers, people that you talk to but don't necessarily see every day. So I feel very fortunate to work with all of you, in particular my team, and I do have the opportunity to talk with our agents quite a bit, and there's never a time when they don't express the appreciation they have for you and the work that you do for them. They could not do this without you. On the flip side, and I always, I like to pick on agents, but they are a necessity to our organization too. And I kind of like to compare it to, the saying, no shirt, no shoes, no service. Well, we can flip that over. No sales, no clients, no service. So we're all vital, important to Spectrum and the success that Spectrum has. So thank you. This year's National Customer Appreciation theme is Mission Possible. And that's kind of our theme. We're focusing on Spectrum today. We're going to focus on our mission successes and also our mission failures. We all learn from each other's successes and we learn from each other's failures. So this is about Spectrum today. I think we have one outside person coming in, no carriers. It's talking about our successes. So if you do get a chance today, please thank the owners for supporting this event and paying for it. Thank you. Also want to recognize Lisa Bella. She puts an enormous amount of work in all the logistics, the hotels, the travel, gifts, because she likes to shop, so thank you, Lisa. It's a lot of behind the scenes work, so appreciate it. And finally, can't say it enough, but thank you to all of you for being there, for showing up today, and supporting each other and also the agents. One quick reminder, we do table changes throughout the day, and your table assignments are on the back of your card. Also keeping in with the theme of Mission Possible, in your bags, your gift bags that you have, in the front pocket, there is a little tracker, kind of like secret agent. You scan the code this is for, like adding to your keychain or to your luggage. You have to download an app, but if you lose your keys or something, you can track where it is. So, but all you have to do is scan the code, and those are in the front pocket, so it's tiny, so don't lose it. Also, at the end of the meeting, if everyone can leave their name tags and their lanyards at the table, we do like to reuse them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Daryl. You're speaking today, yes.
How does that work? Can you hear me? I'm about a week out from a cold that I had, so I'm a little nasally. I apologize for that. But first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming, all the great work that you do. I would stack the entire group in here against any other agency from a support staff. You guys do an incredible job, so thank you. Deb has heard me say this, and I want to repeat it to the group. You know, you put up with a lot of bullshit, right, in a day? Angry customers, unruly agents, right? You're in a tough spot. But I like Walt Disney. Anybody ever hear Walt Disney talk in the past when he was alive and things that he said? He was incredibly wise for a man that built an empire on service, right? Hospitality. And the one thing that always, the statement that I always like, and I'd like you guys to remember is, and I think a lot of you do this, and I know Deb has heard this, and she's going to laugh, but Walt Disney always said, so we go to Disney World, you see Snow White, right? Snow White is always there. She's always on. Snow White never has a bad day, right? Because that kid that comes for the first time is seeing Snow White. And Snow White has to be on every day. So keep that in mind. Snow White never has a bad day. And I'm not calling all you Snow Whites in here. You're kind of Snow Whites, right, KJ? Even you. But keep that in mind. When you have a tough day and you got personal stuff going on at home, we all have personal lives. We all don't live perfect lives. And whether we like it or not, sometimes that bleeds into our work life. But just try to remember that Snow White never has a bad day, and you have to leave it at the doors. So you guys do a phenomenal job, incredible job, and I appreciate all that you do. So what I'm going to show you is the presentation that I do for the producer meeting when we have that in February. We had that here last February. And we go through a lot of the numbers of the agency, the size, a lot of premium and revenue numbers and sales leaders and things like that. So just know that I'm an open book, And if you have a question on the agency, you can ask me anything. I'm very transparent. So as I'm going through the presentation, stop me and say, what are you doing with this, or what's your plan for that? Or if you see a number, if you don't understand, feel free to stop me. So, and we will go through a lot of numbers. So how long do I have? 45 minutes? Where's Deb? Do I get as much time as I want? Should we do that now? Well, I don't want to stand in the way of a prize. Oh, well, let's do it. Do we have to spin the wheel? Is that what we're doing? Do we have to stop this? While they're doing that, go ahead and do that. I'm going to grab my coffee. Does anybody have any question that they have of me? New people. If I haven't met you, feel free to stop by and introduce yourself to me, and I will try to do the same. I think I recognize almost everybody in here, but it's gotten a little large. So there's a few faces that I don't know. When is the next agency purchase is the question. So we have a verbal agreement to buy an agency in Fond du Lac first of the year. And that's a really good thing. I can't say. Confidentiality agreements have been signed. But you could probably do the math. You could probably figure it out. There aren't a lot. But that was a sorry, they asked the question, now we're going to go off. But that's a great question, though. Because Fond du Lac, we're kind of understaffed. We've got a book of business. We've got Jake coming down from Green Bay in the personal lines. It's just kind of stagnant. So we either had to close that office down or buy an agency. Well, a number of things happened. I think Mike Schuett talked to somebody, and next thing you know, I reached out to the guy. He did a little research. He finally responded. He said, "Yeah, I think I want to talk to you." So, first of the year, he's agreed to sell his agency to us, and that gives us additional staff, additional, premium. We're going to combine offices. So we'll probably close our office down in Fond du Lac. I love our office in Fond du Lac, but the owner owns the building where he's at, so we have to move. So, and then there's a couple of smaller things that are just started to get in the works. In the northern Wisconsin area, had some initial conversations. But that's in our DNA, and that will always be in our DNA of organic growth and inorganic growth through acquisition. We've acquired, I think, 22 agencies since I started the agency 18 years ago. So we will always acquire, and it goes hand in hand. The acquisition fuels our organic growth, and our organic growth feeds our acquisition growth. So we will always be an acquirer of agencies. And if we look long-term, our strategy is to acquire and to grow outside of Wisconsin. So think of the Great Lakes area, Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana. Those are all great states that at some point in the future, we would like to grow into a regional-based agency that would probably double the size of this meeting at some point. But, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the bandwidth to do that quite yet, but that's the long-term plan. And we will continue to grow in Wisconsin because we have a great reputation. We're a fair purchaser. Sellers come to us because they have asked other sellers, how was that deal with Spectrum? And we could talk to Cindy Steinbach, who has been a great supporter of the agency and has talked to other sellers, right, Cindy? And we treated Brad and Cindy very fairly, and then we treated the Butskys very fairly. We've treated Bill Hatch very fairly. We can go on and on. Probably not. Does anybody care about my story? It's not. I can share my story later, but it's Yeah, we'll get into my story some other time. I think you guys want the prize, but thanks for that, Patrick. We'll, go ahead.
This year we have cold hard cash. So, receive
Straight cash, homie.
straight cash. There you go.
This, all of this? Really? Okay. So, oh, okay, not one. We're spreading the love a little bit here. $50. Michaela. Oh, must be present to win. Oh, Kelly Tareen, come on up. How are you? Come here. Good to see you. Congratulations. Sherry Larson, where is Sherry? Sherry, nice to meet you. Welcome. Appreciate it. Yeah, congratulations. Thanks for coming. Oh, I met you, Sherry, in our office. Yeah, you're Glenwood City. Yeah, sorry. Just takes me a minute. Kim Ridden, our favorite on Alaska. Or Toma. Congratulations, good to see you. There you go. All right, I'll give this back to Lisa. Are you trustworthy?
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
So Kim Rinden just reminded me, just to let everybody know, we are closing the Toma office down when the lease is up. So Kim works remotely. Kelly Jo is handling the office by herself. We don't have any producers there anymore.
Apparently not doing a good job of closing it down.
No, no, exactly. So those accounts are handled out of Onalaska anyway, and there was another case if we could buy another agency in Toma, if we could recruit. It's a little bit tougher there, but we're going to close Toma down. Kelly Jo doesn't need a 5-office suite for herself as much as she wants one, but okay. Okay, I'm going to I'll speed through this a little bit more to stay on time, but is this? Okay, yep. So all of these numbers are from calendar year 2024. I'm going to walk back and forth, and I'm going to get a workout in here. So I'm going to just try to keep your eyes on me. Total casualty, property casualty premium, $207,000 agency-wide. That's a pretty big agency. You can see how we grew from 2023, from 179. You can see our revenue growth. That's a very, very high level of revenue growth. We will probably end 2025 at around $30 million in revenue, about $230 million in premium. And you can see how it's broken out between commercial and personal lines. We're very committed to personal lines. It's good business for us. It's a lot of work, but it gives us a really good base. You know, a lot of the times we hear the commercial accounts, the big accounts getting written, but I tell you, it's the steady growth in personal lines that really drives the bus here. And then you can just see it in how it looks in a pie graph. So we have benefits people here. Angie's here, Char's here. We have benefits in certain areas. It's very important to us. It dovetails really nicely with our commercial producers. We do a lot of referrals back and forth. In other locations, there are separate entities. In Wausau, Becky Gorst owns the benefits agency. That was purchased from my former partner, Clark Theilig, who had the benefits agency. So we do some complementary things in some other areas, but we do own the benefits here in Eau Claire, western Wisconsin. I think I love this chart when I show this to the producers. And I think so. The agency was started in '08, obviously, '07, April of '07. So you can see the tremendous growth in total, in commercial, and personal lines. I just absolutely love this slide. That trajectory is not slowing down either, is it? That is just a rocket to the top. So, and we need to keep that train moving. There's a lot of agencies. I purchased a lot of agencies where the growth has been stagnant. There's no top-line revenue growth. So if you're not growing, you're shrinking. So we need to keep growing, and we need to keep adding folks like you, and we need to keep adding producers. I think last year, we added about 10 new producers last year. And when we hire producers, we need people like you to do the support on that, on those books. So a lot of you are working with new producers. So that's that organic growth that we need to keep feeding as well. Not everybody knows how our structure is, but we have, we're Spectrum Insurance Group, and then internally we have geographic entities, kind of divisions, if you want to say, but we operate as one. I'm the common denominator in that. I'm either the owner, majority owner of the various entities. So I'm going to show you the breakdown by the entity, and you can see the offices that fall under each entity. So you don't have to be worried about whether you're part of Spectrum Insurance Group, Wisconsin Valley, or Fox Valley, or Northbrook, or Kettle Moraine. It doesn't matter. You're part of Spectrum Insurance Group, and this is just a way to bring equity partners into the fold. So this is the largest. You can see the premium, the revenue for SIG. So Eau Claire is the main office, of course. So, and we've added Rochester. Rochester is a high-growth office for us. We've been writing a ton of premium and revenue in Rochester, and most of those people are transportation producers. Not all. So we talk about Spectrum Insurance Group Wisconsin Valley. So here you can see the breakdown of the Wausau, Stevens Point, Wisconsin Rapids offices. You can see this is a little different than Eau Claire, or what we call SIG, in that the premium is almost split 50-50 between commercial and personal lines. We do a really, really large amount of personal lines in those offices. Wausau, Stevens Point, big personal lines office. Our top personal lines producers are usually in Wausau. Steve Beatty, Amy Steinman, if you know those people, they're tremendous producers for personal lines. So they write a lot of personal lines. So we move on to Fox Valley. That's Green Bay, Fond du Lac. Waiwega is no longer open. We closed that down. I never set foot in that office, and I said I never would. So thank God we closed that down. But that was a transportation agency that we purchased. Christina's father, Brad, handles that book on the transportation side now. There were some personal lines in there. But you can see the makeup here is a little bit different than Wisconsin Valley. You can see it's a heavy, heavy commercial division for us by a significant amount. There is a benefits operation there. Mike Teat, for those of you that know Mike owns the benefits agency. It's very inactive, but he does have some benefits accounts in his entity there. So if we move on to some of the newer entities, what we call Kettle Moraine, Mayville, Eden, Kewaskum, and recently we added Oakfield. So Eden and Kewaskum were the Smith and Hatch agency, so that was Bill Hatch. That we purchased Bill's agency 2.5-ish years ago. Mayville, that's Cindy and Brad Steinbach. It's a great acquisition for us. Cindy does a tremendous job for us. We've got some great people in that office. Is Sarah Decker here? Is Sarah? Hi, Sarah. She does a great job for us as well. Cindy kind of goes back and forth between Eden and Mayville. She's everywhere, but starting at 4 a.m., I understand. But there you can see even a difference in makeup of this agency. It's heavy, heavy personal lines. Smith & Hatch had a large personal lines book. Mayville did as well. Oakfield, small office, heavy, predominant personal lines office for us. But a very good agency, very good division for us. And then the newest one and the last one is what we call SIG Northbrook, and that's our Slinger office. We purchased Northbrook and Associates, and that's Bob Butsky, and so we kept the Northbrook name for our internal entity. So you can see a smaller division for us. Again, heavy personal lines. Smaller agencies typically have more personal lines than commercial. We've got some work to do here. We're a little top line flat on revenue. So we've got, Bob still works for us. I think he's 80 years old now. His wife, Kathy's a partner. And then Bob's two sons, Brad and Ryan. So this is new. It's been within a year and a half. And so we need to continue to focus on this one. We need to either hire producers or we need top-line revenue growth here. So this one is a work in progress. It's getting closer to the Milwaukee area. And as you've kind of seen our locations, we're not in Minneapolis. We're not in Madison, although we would be. We're not in Milwaukee. And our strategy has always been to focus on what I call the mid-major cities. Wausau, Stevens Point, Eau Claire, La Crosse. Those are what I call the mid-major cities in Wisconsin. We do really well in these cities because we offer a value proposition that a lot of smaller agencies don't offer. On the commercial side, we offer, for the commercial support people, we offer DOT consulting, safety consulting, HR consulting, training libraries. Christina handles a lot of that for us. That gives us a competitive advantage, and a lot of those things that we're doing, we didn't invent. We think we do it better, but those are all being done by large agencies in the larger metropolitan areas. So we have no problem competing against those large agencies. We think we do a really good job of that, but we can grow a lot better by going after the small, taking business from the smaller agencies that admittedly will tell me as I'm talking to them about buying their agency, yeah, we couldn't do that. We didn't have the ability to do that. So that gives us our competitive advantage. So as we look to expand outside, there's Kathy, sorry, hey you. If we look to expand, we'll also look to expand in those other mid-major cities in Minnesota, Iowa, Illinois, Michigan. We talked to an agency in Michigan about 6 months ago. It didn't work out, but that's a state we would gladly get into. So again, we're gonna branch out. We're trying long-term branch out. So any questions on anything so far? Anything didn't make any sense? Triggered a question? What are we going to do here? What are we going to do there? We're going to close any other offices down? Anybody going to get fired? No? Yes. Oh, hey. The lease is up in Stevens Point for next year. Would you like to buy that building from Ralph? No? Okay. I don't anticipate us leaving there. We remodeled that front office. We were used to be in the back, and we paid to remodel that front. I don't anticipate us going anywhere. I don't think it's the best building. It's getting old and it's getting dated, but it's pretty good signage there. I like the signage. I like the traffic flow. That's Division, I think. Is that Division? I went to Point. I should know. Yeah, Church. Yeah, it's Church Street down there. But I don't anticipating us moving. It's a big undertaking to move, but we will be moving. So the short answer is probably not. I don't know if you'd like us to move or. Yeah. It is. It is. So, yeah. So that building is owned by Ralph Olson, and that was one of our first acquisitions. Was Ralph's agency, Olson and Associates, and we typically will sign a long-term lease agreement with the seller. They own the building. We want to treat, and then again, that's part of us treating the seller fairly. Is that we'll do a long-term lease with the seller, and that's what we have in Fond du Lac coming up too. The building is an older building. But when you buy the agency, I mean, I'm very cognizant of the seller and the emotional part of that. And a lot of times we need to do those kind of things to keep the seller happy. And so we did that with Ralph, and we were more than happy to stay where Ralph is. It's a big undertaking to move the office. We'll talk with Jesse and Tim about that. I think Tim would like us to move. It just depends on, we've got a lot of things on our plate, so we may or may not, but typically, no. Jesse's comment was we're negotiating with Ralph. Ralph is pretty tight. Ralph is tighter than Tim Burkhauser is. Yeah. So he doesn't like to put much into that, and we had to pay for most of that remodel. But again, I don't know where we would move. We're not opposed to moving. It's a big undertaking. A lot of times we just punt and say we're going to stay where we are. But in Onalaska, we will be moving. We have an Onalaska office and we have a La Crosse office. There will be a day. We just renewed Onalaska for another short-term lease. We will be combining those offices, Onalaska, La Crosse, and probably in a new location. But that won't happen for at least I think 18 months to 2 years. So we will close La Crosse, that where carrier insurance is. We will close that one down eventually. Okay, anything else? We're really going to set everything behind schedule, but that's okay. You guys don't mind staying late tonight, do you? This is our premium volume by carrier, and it's hard to read, and we're going to break it down a little bit on the next slide. But no surprise, West Bend is our largest carrier. We've acquired more agencies that have West Bend contracts than anybody else, and that's kind of by design. We're very, very good West Bend agencies. Other West Bend agencies want to sell to another West Bend agency, so that's no surprise there. We also have the red. The red means we've shrunk in premium. So if you see a red, that means we've taken a step back. Which, if you look at West Bend, that's Argent, that 876, that's their workers' comp carrier. Great West, or no, is that Great West? Yeah. Great West is, no, that's, okay, it's Secura. No surprise there, that's the personal lines that's running off for Secura. Secura is getting out of personal lines. Anything surprise anybody on there? That's a red number? Pekin? And what surprises you about that? Well, I'm just going to be quiet about Pekin. They're not my favorite company. But that doesn't mean that I'm discouraging anybody from writing premium with Pekin. I will not write a piece of business with them on the commercial side, but that's totally fine. That does not mean that our producers, if there's a commercial account, a personal lines account, and if that is the best fit for that customer, you go for it. It's all about what the customer wants. And I try to keep my, well, not so quiet on my personal opinions, but I think Pekin is hurting. I think financially they're in a tough shape, and I also believe United Fire. Well, they're way down here on the bottom. United Fire is in trouble. They're in a little difficult spot. I'm not sure what's going to happen there long term. Not with us, just them in the marketplace. Whether they have to merge with somebody, but Pekin and United Fire are probably the ones that concern me the most from a financial standpoint. Their financials have been a little rocky the last few years. So, other questions? Otherwise, let's drill down to the top 10. That you can see it a little bit more clearer. Anybody surprised with this top 10? Who is it? It's the regional carriers for the most part, right? It's West Bend, it's Secura, it's Acuity, it's Integrity. Auto Owners is more of somewhat of a regional, larger regional, almost national. Great West is our trucking book. Century is our regional market. The FEMA program, the Farm Equipment Manufacturers Association, and then the 4.8 million is their trucking. So mainly regional carriers, but you also see some national carriers. Century, Travelers, Progressive. We got a big Progressive book. End of 25, who are we growing with the most? Anybody want to take a guess? 2 companies. Acuity and Auto Owners. Yeah, correct. By far. I mean, we're writing millions. Last year, in 23, I think we wrote over 4 million with Acuity. I think we wrote about almost 4 million with Auto Owners, and that's continuing this year. They are both been open for business. And you've probably seen that at your desk, right? You've seen, who are you going to? You're going to Auto Owners and you're going to Acuity because they are open for business. So no surprise there. We will probably end 2025 with Acuity around 23 to 24 million. We do have some leakage. You know, we write a lot of new. The retention is probably 90%. Auto Owners, we will significantly increase that number, probably to 21 million. So you can see that they're growing more than West Bend. West Bend is flat this year. We've written some, their personal lines. Help me out. Personal lines has been shut down basically for a while, kind of for now. I've been told they're going to start writing again, so that's good news. We've got a large West Bend book. But commercial, we've been growing a little bit in commercial, but our growth is like 2%. So that's just not cutting it with them. So we're hoping West Bend becomes more open for business. Any questions on the top 10? Okay. So the next tier, Western National, Selective, Wisconsin Mutual. Kind of surprised, huh? Maybe Wisconsin Mutual, 3 million, that's a pretty good book. Cincinnati, great company. Society, a little bit of a struggle, right? Society, not very open for business. Canceling a lot of, re-underwriting their book, canceling accounts, not writing new business. Penn National, I know we don't write a lot with Penn, but I think Penn is a great company. That's Partner, I want to say Wilson Mutual. It's Partners Mutual, but they pretty much go by Penn. Great commercial forms. I don't think personal lines, we're using them much for personal lines, right? And they want to grow their commercial book, but a great company. Keep them in mind as your producers come to you and say, where should we go for this? Partners is a very good company, probably a little skittish on property yet, but we've got some great underwriters. They have great forms. They're very well capitalized. They're in very good financial position. I'd really like to see Penn National grow. Grinnell is pretty flat. Patrick's got some ag accounts in there. Does anybody use Grinnell for anything? I mean, it's just kind of company that we have, right? I don't think personal lines is really using them. Well, obviously not because we're at 200,000. So commercial, not much going on there. Okay. And Germantown, we have a great relationship. For a small company to have $2 million with Germantown is pretty damn good. And then the last company, number 20, Frankenmuth. Any comments on Frankenmuth? Struggle? Yeah. Using them? Probably not, huh? Yeah. It's a bit of a struggle. I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know. This used to be one of our go-to companies 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Kim, who did we go to? Frankenmuth. It's just a different company now, I know. And Northbrook had a large Frankenmuth book as well. Same struggles that they're having there. The book is smaller. They've non-renewed a lot of accounts. Not a great relationship there. So, any questions on the 10 through 20? Okay. Okay, let's switch gears here and let's talk about our commercial producers and the ranking of the producers. So, Matt Olson is a transportation producer, has built his book from zero, and has now become the top producer from a volume standpoint. Okay, so you can see who works with who. The guy in the number 3rd spot, he needs to go down further. He needs to go down further. We've got other producers that need to go up. I shouldn't be the number 3 producer from a volume standpoint. So I need to keep going down, which would be a good thing, because that means other producers are writing more business. So the same thing needs to happen. So and Jesse as well. Jesse's a large producer for us. Jesse's a partner. We need producers to be the top producers, right? Anybody on that list that you're surprised about? Anybody that shocks you? Some people have inherited books. RG has inherited Ivan's book, Kurt Christensen's book. Dustin has pretty much built his from scratch, so Dustin is a little sneaky. He does a really good job. He just flies under the radar. But he's got a certain way of doing business, right? Where's Lynn? Is Lynn here? Lynn's not here? Yeah, she would attest to that. But a good producer. Yeah. Yeah, what makes Matt so successful? Matt is relentless. What did she say? Would you like to repeat that? His account managers. Obviously. But Matt is very persistent without being annoying. Matt has a sales strategy. Matt, to your credit, Matt lets his support staff do their work, right? And there's a fine line for the producers, right? Let's take a minute and talk about this because, I think sometimes people in this room maybe get frustrated with the producer because they're not doing certain things. So there's a fine line of what the producer should be doing, whether they should be helping service or whether they need to just be selling, okay? It's a fine line, and I get that. But in Matt's case, Matt has a clearly defined role with his book and the servicing of that book. He has 3 account managers, Karen, Tammy, Kelly, and, Penny. Is Penny here? Penny's not here? He's a great team, but he lets them service the book. And I hear Tammy, and I hear what's going on with his book because Matt sits next to me. So Matt is deliberate about selling. He dedicates time out of his day to sell. And it's a struggle. We talk about this a lot with our producers, setting aside time to sell. Put it on your calendar and go and do a sales process. Marketing letters, phone calls, knocking on doors, doing some sort of an email campaign. Matt is deliberate about doing that, and it shows in his numbers. So you guys aren't frustrated with Matt because you know your role, right? Tammy, Karen, Kelly, Matt is out selling, And this is, you renew accounts and you service the accounts and you service them very well, but there are clearly defined roles that Matt has established with you that says, I'm going to be selling. That's why Matt is number one. So, good question. All right, let's look at the personal lines. Any guesses? What was that? Steve Beatty? Any other guesses? Amy? Not quite. Amy's getting there. Craig Hatch. You go, Craig. But Steve is closing in on him, obviously. So this was from 24. Cindy Newman is retired. But Deb Hegel has a big book, Bill Hatch. Luke has always had a big book for us. Jen, Michelle, Cindy. Who's that last one? Oh, Chad in Kewaskum. So no surprise, Amy is building a book, so she will be certainly on the list at some point. Okay. This was our new business in 2024, and I talked earlier about acquisition growth and organic growth. We need to have organic growth every year. 18.6 million for personal and commercial. That's a bare minimum. We need to hit $20 million of new business premium every year with Spectrum. This was a good year. It was a record year. But we keep growing as an organization. We keep adding producers. That number needs to keep going up. 20 million is the bare minimum that we need to hit. So you can see commercial represents about 74% of that. Personal lines is 26%. That was a record year for both commercial and personal lines. We almost hit 5 million in new personal lines business in 2024. I know agencies that don't have 5 million in personal lines premium. That's how large we are when we're writing 5 million in personal lines in new business. That's just not existing business. We have, what was the number, 70 million in personal lines in total? That's a big agency on its own, so personal lines is very important to us. Sometimes we lose track of how big we are when you look at the personal lines. That's a big agency on its own, and then add in the commercial. You can see of the commercial, the transportation new business is 27% of the commercial lines. We write a lot of transportation, right? A lot of long-haul trucking. We have had 11 dedicated transportation producers just selling truck. We recently terminated one of those, so we're down to 10. But that's a good thing. So you can see we're very heavy in transportation, big part of what we do. Who are the transportation support staff here? Are you all sitting together? Woohoo! Great job. Okay, let's look at 25 though. I have year-to-date numbers for 25. So this is through August. So you can see that number, we're at 15 million. And again, we have to hit 20 million. We need to get 20 million as we continue to grow. That number keeps going up, but we need to hit 20 million. And you can see the transportation this year is 35% of our new business. So we're writing a lot of transportation. We're always going to be predominantly a commercial-driven agency, but again, that does not diminish what we think of personal lines. Personal lines is extremely important to us, and it always will be. We decided 15 years ago, we had to decide, remember the digital revolution that was coming and everybody was going to buy their personal insurance online and it was going to eliminate the agency? I said, no, I don't think that's the case. But we did look at, do we want to be in personal lines? And we decided, yes, we do, and if we do, we have to be committed and we have to commit the resources to it, and we've done that. So personal lines is going nowhere. We are very happy with personal lines. So again, we got to hit 20 million this year. So we've got, what do we have? 4 months, to write 5 million. There's our new business history by year. And as you can see, 18, it was 17, we took a big jump, it was 12, but we keep adding producers, so that number has to keep going up every year. You can see in 2012 we wrote, what was it, 6 million? 6 million would be a disaster for us this year. There would be some producers getting fired if we hit 6 million. But thankfully we don't have to do that. All right, what's next? Oh, these, okay, oops. Oh, it's going to go away. Let me back this up. So this was our new business individual, Steve Beatty, of course, almost $500,000 in personal lines premium. He's a machine. But I'll tell you who's pretty damn good is Amy Steinman as well. 365 would have been a record for us if Steve hadn't hit 450,000. That's a lot of personal lines. That's a lot of personal lines. So great job by these folks. Some really good numbers in there. And then the commercial. Mike Ladwig in 2024. Mike wrote 2 large accounts. Probably a little bit of a surprise to most people, right? A lot of people don't know who Mike Ladwig is, but I can tell you who was not happy about Mike Ladwig winning was number 2. He takes that personally. He takes it very personally. So he's committed to being number 1 this year. It bothered the hell out of him that he was not on the top of the list. So that's great. He's got a chip on his shoulder, right? He loves money. Who doesn't? But okay. I think we're wrapping up here. Yep, that's it. Any other questions for me? I probably went over, but I think it's important that you all know where we're at, what we're doing, where we're going, and if you have any other questions, now's your time to ask me. As I said, I'm an open book about the agency, so you can ask me anything you want. Not a thing? I do? Excellent. What should we talk about? Really? Oh, okay. What do you want to talk about? What's been on your mind? What about the new employees here? What are your thoughts on Spectrum? Maria? Yeah, we're going to throw you right in the fire. And I know you like to fly under the radar, but what are your first thoughts of the agency? Very welcoming, okay? I hope so. If it's not, I'd like to know that. She works remotely. And you live, where do you live in? She's in Grand Rapids. Is Heather here? Hey, Heather. Heather's in Michigan. We took her son away from Michigan. We're moving Dylan to Green Bay. He's going to become a Packer fan. He's already committed. What? What's the Chiefs' record, right? What's the Chiefs? How are the Chiefs doing this year? How are the Chiefs doing? Okay. Somehow we hired some Chiefs fans. We didn't ask that question in the interview, but that's on the interview list now of what football fan there. Huh? Who? Lions? Yeah, Lions looked good last night. Another new employee. Who else is here? Yeah. Yeah. We are. Yeah, thank you for that. We're big, but we act small. We act like we're corporate, but we're not corporate. We're big, but we're small. And that's by design. So, thank you. Who else? Who else is new? Who are you pointing at? Huh? Blaney? Hey, Chris. Go ahead. What did she say? Well, we did in 24, but we're not in 25. And we're having a great year with them in 25. We had them at our producer meeting in February, and when we have a company here at our producer meeting, we get a bounce from them, and we brought them here on purpose to reinvigorate our relationship with integrity, and it has paid off. We've written, I think, 600,000 or 700,000 in commercial, and I know we're writing personal lines with them. I don't know the number, but I thought the personal lines was going to fall apart a couple years ago. They were early on doing their rate increases. Is that right, personal lines folks? Did you see that? They took rate before a lot of other companies did, and we kind of talked about it as a management group of what we were going to do and how we were going to react. But that book held together on the personal line side. It was the commercial line side that struggled, and we had a lot of problems on a service side with integrity. What commercial support staff here, who didn't have a problem with integrity, with a billing, audit, claim? They were a mess, right? And so people, the producers, they're human. It's like, do I want to place this piece of business with integrity when I know I'm going to have an audit problem at renewal? Mike Teat refused to write an account with integrity because of the way they handled an account of his 3-4 years ago. Well, last year, that account that he said he would never work with on integrity, he let them quote it again this year. So they've made big strides. Their transportation program is kind of flat. They're really closed in their box on their transportation. It's a separate contract that we have. One of only, I think, 3 contracts in Wisconsin to have their transportation program. So that's not growing, but integrity commercial is growing. So while those numbers reflected poorly, that has been a major turnaround this year. Good question. Anything else? Well, again, thank you very much. Again, I appreciate all that you do for the agency. My door is always open. My phone is always available. So feel free to call me, even if you want to say hi. I may not be able to answer it right away, but I will get back to you. Okay? Thank you. Okay.
Feel free to take a break if you want, just 5 minutes or whatever. I see some other people have left, so we'll take a break.
Okay, if we could have everybody start taking their seats. Where is she? She's back there. Tempted to.
Hey, Kelly Jo? Kelly Jo? Do you want to make your way back? Lead the pack?
What time is it? 10:07. Should I just sit down?
Yeah. Can I go?
Okay, we're going to start with the E&O files. I think anybody's listening. Okay, if we could have everybody take their seat, please. Can I? Okay. Okay, we're going to talk about the E&O files, diffusing insurance mistakes before they explode. What we're going to talk about is the E&O, what the data says, the compliance guidelines. We're going to deep dive into Spectrum's E&O, which is going to be our hard-earned lessons. We are not going to name names or offices or anything like that, but we are going to use the examples that we actually have had with Spectrum so that we can learn it, use it as a learning tool. Okay, take it out of here. I don't know if I can move it any closer. Maybe like that. Okay, can you hear me better? Okay, and then we're going to go through some close calls that we've had, and then what our actual Spectrum's E&O policy is, and then emerging E&O challenges. So to start, E&O. First of all, E&O is our errors and omissions insurance. Insures your business against the cost of a lawsuit in the event a client accuses you of negligence, or if your work was inaccurate, late, or never delivered. The average claim cost is between $30,000 to $70,000 per claim. Commercial tends to be higher in cost just because the business often carries larger limits, more complex coverages, and higher exposures. Just commercial lines, the average claim is $50,000 to $200,000. Personal lines generally is lower because of severity, since personal lines policies carry smaller limits and exposures compared to businesses. The personal lines average claim is $15,000 to $50,000. For frequency, 1 in 7 agents will face an E&O claim in their career. So in this room alone, that would be 8 of you. 20 to 25% of agencies experience an E&O claim during a 10-year period. The legal costs, defense costs alone can be $20,000 to $50,000 per claim. And settlement versus trial, over 70% of E&O claims settle before trial. Reduces the financial exposure, but can still incur significant defense costs. What the data says, the 6 most common causes of loss for personal and commercial, the ones that are the same but in different order would be the coverage not secured, inaccurate info provided to the carrier, failure to explain policy provisions, and administrative errors. The ones that we want to point out that are different between the personal and the commercial is personal has the failure to duplicate prior coverage and failure to communicate insurer's requirements to the insured. Commercial is failure to recommend inadequate limits and failure to recommend coverage. So just note the differences between the personal and the commercial. Also, obviously, the ranking is different. The big one is the administrative errors. It's down at the bottom, but this is our procedural errors. So this is where the big one comes in when we're not following the EPIC processes, things like that. Obviously, it's going to make the owners a little cranky because that's their money. So we have these policies and procedures in place for a reason. It's to prevent these things from happening. Our compliance guidelines, we're going to go through each one, and I'm just going to give some examples of things that we have set in place with Spectrum. So document everything. It's always been said if it's not documented, it didn't happen. And these accounts need to be picked up by anybody at any point. So document as much as possible, attach all the correspondence in EPIC, make sure that if you have a call and you need to document that, document it in EPIC. That's why we have our management system. Confirm in writing. Phone calls are recorded with outside lines. I don't know if everybody knew that, but there's a purpose for that. That's so that we don't have the he said, she said. It's happened. It will continue to happen. So all of our outside lines are recorded so that we can go back on those phone calls if we need to. Sometimes sending a follow-up email per our discussion. That way it's in writing. Insured calls in a change, make sure you reiterate that change. Let them know they'll be receiving revised policy with premium difference. Ask them to review that, contact you if you have any questions. That kind of puts it back on them as well. We also have, for personal lines, these fund storage tags. So if a person calls in a vehicle, they're putting it into storage for the winter, make sure that you document sending them this storage tag, and there's a letter in the pre-filled attachment templates. You need to mail that out to them. This tag gets put on their, wherever they want it in the vehicle, the rear view mirror, whatever. It reminds them that before they're going to drive that vehicle, they need to call us to put that liability back on there. So make sure that we're using those. Educate the client. An example would be if an insured calls in and says, I need to remove a vehicle. Ask them why. Did you sell it? Are you storing it? Do you not want to insure it? The reason behind that is we have had multiple times where people are like, no, I'm selling it on my own. Well, are you going to have somebody test drive that? Because if they are, they're still responsible for that. You need to educate them to let them know that so they don't take that vehicle off, have somebody test drive it, something happens and there's no coverage. If you're unsure of an answer about coverage, just tell them that you'll look into it. Call the underwriter, call the company, find that information out, contact them back. We don't have to give a response immediately. If you don't know, don't assume and don't give them information that you don't know is 100% true. Don't overpromise. So never guarantee coverage, pricing, or claim outcomes. When you take that information, you let them know this is what the quote came back. However, when the company processes that, they will send you that revised policy. And that information will be on there. There may be something that we didn't realize, couldn't be covered, couldn't have certain coverages on. Don't promise. Anything that you are unsure of, do not ever promise or guarantee that. Review and update coverage. For personal lines, we have our renewal letters. Any renewal meetings that the agents have with the insureds, that's a review. Go through that, make sure they understand those coverages. See if anything has changed. Make sure you meet deadlines. Processing payments, changes, certificates, and claims, make sure that's all done immediately. Those are things that need to be done right away and should not be waited upon. Train staff consistently. This is where our EPIC procedures come into play. We have a manual, and we have those cheat sheets on the Insider for a reason. Make sure you're using them. Document everything in EPIC. Make sure that if at any point your office goes down, somebody should be able to pick that account up and know exactly what's going on. They should see everything attached. They should see all of the notes in there. Use coverage checklists and disclaimers. For personal lines, we have our checklist. Any rewrite or new business, they need to have a personal lines checklist. This is a requirement. It's the agents that are doing that. However, if you notice that's not being done, please make sure that you inform the agent you need that checklist. So we have to have that. I thought so. Because you're rewriting coverage to another company, so you need to have that checklist because something could have been missed on there. Oh, sorry. We also have change forms. So if you're newer and you are adding, she had asked if you have to have the personal lines checklist for rewrites. We do, don't we? Okay.
And they're going to talk about this, but I think we had a claim. It was a really good producer. And she made an error. And, it's risky when we change a customer's company, right? West Bend, Acuity, and she moved a customer, she missed a cover. And they're going to talk about it. That's why we have to be very careful when we're moving customers. Because a lot of times, I think it was a matching siding endorsement, and we didn't have it on the new policy. She totally admitted it. I never even thought of that. But that's the risk we run into whether it's commercial or personalized. That's probably our biggest risk for a client is having coverage and then moving it to another one and losing a specific coverage. And that's the claim we're going to have. It's going to be the coverage we missed. So that's just the way it always seems to work. So so we need that checklist on the personalized side. We haven't implemented that on the commercialized side yet. But we definitely need to have that on the rewrite.
Mm-hmm.
The personalized checklist, we just had our sales meeting last week. There's a question about the checklist, and we're working on that a little bit, because we can't cover everything in one sheet, and so there's going to be a space available. There is some space already, but where you need to add something in, or something that you talked about with the customer. So we know it's not one size fits all, but you have to add in where needed or coverages we talked about. So, and we did express to all the producers last Wednesday that the checklist is not optional. It's every new business, every rewrite is not optional. It has to be done.
Are some of the personalized people here, are you completing a checklist? Which is fine if you are, or are you having your producers in every case, whether it's a new business? Certainly on a new business, that's their responsibility, but on a rewrite, you're probably handling a rewrite in some cases. Are you doing a checklist, or is somebody doing a checklist? It's whoever fills it out, if they sign it, they're acknowledging that every question is correct. That's why we get the signature. So, nobody, are you doing a checklist? Yeah? It's totally fine. Yeah, it's great. But we just need to have that signature. So, those rewrites are really risky. Really risky. And then just to comment on the phone system.
you're good.
So Jamie said we're recording all calls now, and we started that when we got on the new phone system. How many times do you have a customer that said, well, I called you and I told you I wanted full coverage on that vehicle? Happens all the damn time. Well, now we can go back and look. But here's the thing, and this maybe applies to maybe the transportation producers, because I'm not sure if you're using if your customers are using, calling you on your cell phone or texting you. Truckers are really good for that, right? And certainly the producers, where we get arrested for the producers, but don't take calls on your cell phone. But if you do, there's a way to connect it through this 3CX where it rings at your office and it also rings on your cell phone. That stays in our server, right, Brad? So don't forward, if you ever feel the need that you're going to forward calls to your cell phone, don't do that, because then it goes off of our system. So there's a way that if you have the app on your phone, it's the 3CX app that you have on your cell phone. I have it. It rings at my office and it rings at my cell phone. But it stays in the system, so we can track those calls. So if you're doing that, I don't know if many of you are, maybe at time to time you've done that, but don't do that. That's where we lose that documentation of those calls. It's more of a producer thing, but I don't know if anybody here is, again, probably transportation support staff. Are you getting text messages on cell phone? Well, that's a no-no. You gotta tell them, hey, you gotta, especially those weekend texts, like, hey, it's flying, great life. Sorry. We had to wait.
So we can do it through that. The one part that we have to do though, we have to stop it through the loop. So it won't fix it now. Like if your client is currently sending it through their personal text, we can't just change that. It's a brand new phone number is what it is. So we have talked about it. It's an easy process to start, but I think we just have to figure out how do we stop our agents from giving out their personal cell phone number and giving this other number out. And then the other part is it one text number for the agency or is it separate office? I mean, there's just a little bit more to it yet, but that's what we have to figure out. I don't know.
So I don't think you're doing this. Don't give out your cell number. Give out your office number, but then you can use your cell phone if you have it connected.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. She's asking a bit about the PL checklist. So she's asking if the signed application holds anything against with the.
The application doesn't have all the coverages that they signed off on, so while it's helpful that. It might in some cases, but if it's a specific coverage that wasn't addressed in the app, which happens a lot, there's no matching siding question on the actual for that. If you're signing the Accord app, all you're assigning is the value, whatever limits you have. It's not getting into the details right now. So here's a little anecdotal story. I think it was in Eau Claire. I don't know if it was your customer, but we had an attorney that's a personal lines customer in Eau Claire. He refused to sign the checklist. So if that doesn't tell you that he knows that stands up, so he refused to sign it because he knew we would be off the hook. So that alone should tell you the importance of a personal lines checklist when he's an attorney won't sign it. So that's gold right there. So you gotta have it. So I think we documented that we sent an email that said, hey, I understand you refused to sign the form. I can't remember what we worded it, but we had documentation that said he refused to sign it when we offered him the checklist and the coverages, he agreed that, or we're going to assume that you agreed that the coverages are correct. So we just documented the whole thing.
Yeah.
Has anybody had somebody not refuse to sign it on the personal lines team?
Another one is double check accuracy. So for personal lines, we have our download team. They check all of that that's coming in for changes, new business, or no, not new business, sorry, that's the account managers. We also have the CSW group. For commercial, they're doing the changes and endorsements and double checking that.
Yeah, I just want to add, we started this in March, the commercial service work group, and it's been really cool, some of the catches that they've made, whether the account manager is sending information to them or when an endorsement comes back. I've heard several comments. You know, I sent in one recently, and Amy Duffenbach, she's the VIN checker queen. She came back and she checked the VIN and it wasn't correct. So rather than sending it in, we were able to get it corrected before it went to the carrier and then came back to us. We had another situation where we found out that, this was Leslie, I think, Epic was not correct. It was Society. It was a download on property, actual cash value versus replacement cost. They're going in and checking that information when they're submitting the changes. Leslie just had another one for me. When was that? Friday? I submitted a delete a vehicle. You know, I just submit it, say, here, delete the vehicle, and she went in and she found out, well, wait a minute, this vehicle was deleted back in 21. So it's really nice having that second set of eyes, you know, especially in the commercial world. But then again, also when the endorsements come back, that they're making sure that they match what the request was. So it's been helpful, and I hope the account managers, you know, have seen that for themselves with the commercial group.
Another thing is when the download team for personal lines puts in a please review and they push it back to the account manager, make sure you're checking that. That means that something didn't come in correctly from what you requested to what came in from the company. That can create an E&O issue. We can catch that right away. So make sure you're checking those activities. And then the last one for the guidelines is have a claims handling protocol. So first, attach all of the correspondence from the insured and the adjusters regarding claims, estimates, any correspondence you have. When you're documenting a claim, make sure you're doing it in the same activity. We always recommend the ACLM. That's what starts that claim activity, and that's the one that you can see all of those notes. So there's always a progression on there, what you requested from the adjuster, what the adjuster came back with, what the insured has. You're not going to have a lot of these. Most of the time the companies handle that with the insured, but every once in a while you do have those. In personal lines, we also have a claims follow-up group. They contact the insured after 3 days to make sure that they've been contacted. If the insured says they have not been contacted, they'll let the account manager know, and then we need to reach out to the company. Don't give coverage opinions. Let the carrier decide that. Just let them know that it's up to the claim adjuster. They need to contact them to go through that. We can step in if needed, but always let the company decide if there's coverage for something. For commercial, we have the CSW group will submit the claim, and they follow up on the claim number, and then they close the add claim activity as well.
Okay, we're going to jump into our own Spectrum E&O coverage. We all have gone to E&O classes where they have given us anecdotal, stories about claims that have happened. Well, today we're going to actually dig into the ones that we've had. They hit closer to home. They're your coworkers. These have all happened to individuals in this room and the agents. And this isn't meant in any way to shame, scold, or in an accusatory way. We can all learn from these. It can happen to any one of us. So I'm going to start off with our claims history. And these aren't necessarily ones that we've submitted to the carriers. These are incidents that we've had that we have paid out money on. So total of 16, and this encompasses the last 2 years, August to August. There's 2 employee benefits, which we are not going to go into those today. But the commercial, we had 6. Sorry. 6 totaling $17,780, personal lines 8 totaling $60,301. So for 2 years, Spectrum paid out roughly over $80,000 in mistakes. Sometimes they're not necessarily our mistakes, but maybe it's a goodwill gesture that our owners decide it's better to just pay than have to, fight it. So that is $80,000 that Spectrum in the last 2 years has paid out on mistakes. This shows the ranking of the number of claims and the amount that was paid out. So we have 5 claims that were less than 1,000, 8 that ranked between 1,000 and 5,000, and then we had 3 that were over 5,000. So we are going to dig into these. The smaller ones, we'll just briefly describe what happened and kind of explain what happened, why we paid out the claim, and what we can learn from them. If it was a procedural mistake, did we not check our open activities, et cetera. So we've got them divided between personal lines and commercial. Jamie's going to go through the personal lines claims.
Okay, so our first one. So the first one was towing was requested. So an agent had asked a service staff to process adding a vehicle with towing. The change was done, but it was never processed with towing. So the download team would not have caught that because in the activity she didn't add the towing. It was just completely missed, and they had a towing claim after that. So just double check. Make sure that you're making sure that you're adding what is being asked, deleting what's being asked.
Okay, the next one is a commercial lines. We bound coverage with a carrier, and there were subjectivities that we needed to follow up on. The subjectivities were not followed up on, and after 4 months, the carrier canceled the policy. So we had to rewrite it, and the insured had to pay some extra fees because of the rewrite. This was a surplus lines carrier, and there were some policy fees. So to help offset that we did not, follow up on those subjectivities, the Spectrum helped pay the additional fees. A couple procedural lessons that we need to learn on this is, in this particular case, the policy was left in process for 4 months. So you need to check your in process in submitted stage the over 30 days. Had that been watched, we would have seen we never got the policy. The other thing on this one is there were activities to follow up on the subjectivities, but unfortunately, those activities were closed out as successful when they weren't. So there's some procedural errors here that had we followed our, EPIC guidelines, this would not have happened.
Okay, so the next one was, I don't know for sure if it was a new policy or a rewrite, but there was a date of birth that was incorrect on it, which actually made the premium higher. So because of that, they went back, the application was blacked out. So there was no way for the insured to have caught that on the application. I don't know if it was on the quote or not, but that was just another one of, we just need to double check. So make sure if you're rewriting, you're helping your agents with those, you have the correct information on there. Having a youthful driver versus an adult driver is going to make a difference. This also was years after the fact that it was caught, so it was an agreement to pay some difference because of that. The next one is an insured on the phone, they had said that they wanted a $500 deductible. The change was processed with a $500 deductible. A claim occurred. They came back and said, no, I requested a $0 deductible. So again, this is a he said, she said. At the time, we didn't have any recorded phone call to go back on. That would have helped us now because we could go back and say, you know, we listened to it and say, no, you did request the $500 deductible. Another double checking is make sure you reiterate that change. I've added this vehicle with a $500 comprehensive deductible, $500 collision deductible, you declined replacement cost coverage, whatever it is, document that in the system. That was just an administrative error. And then the next one, oh, that's yours.
The next one was missing a filing. This was a transportation account. And this is an example of rewriting from one carrier to the next. When it was rewritten, it was not caught that the Texas filing needed to be done. The insured transported goods within the state of Texas. The filing was not done. They could not haul unless they paid a penalty. So we had to, you know, we paid the penalty for them so that they could begin hauling. A great example of when you rewrite to make sure that the policy is written correctly with the new carrier and that information isn't missed.
Now we switch to the 1,000 to 5,000 claims. The first one is a jewelry claim. So this is from a rewrite. We rewrote from one company to another, and the jewelry did not get transferred correctly. It was after a while that they had a jewelry claim, so we had to pay that out. Double checking, making sure you're going through that. Another thing is if you're sitting down with the insured and you're having them sign those applications, make sure you go through all those coverages. You know, we have this coverage, we have that coverage, we have these vehicles that, you know, possibly could catch it. They'd say, well, wait a second, I have 5 pieces of jewelry and you only have 4 on here, or whatever the case is. So that was just failure to duplicate prior coverage.
This next one is failure to add a vehicle. The insured did report adding the vehicle. The individual that processed it, put the stage in submitted stage, but it was never reported to the carrier. There was a claim. So again, this is another one, you know, to watch the over 30-day in process or submitted. And unfortunately, again, this one was another one where the open activity for that, the USTS, was closed out as successful, even though it wasn't. So it's kind of a double whammy that the procedures weren't followed. Oh, I will add one other thing on that. A good example of why, for commercial account managers, submit your changes to the commercial service work group. Our account managers are getting phone calls, they're getting interruptions. The commercial work group, they're not answering phone calls. They are, you know, processing. They can finish a transaction before they have to move on to a next. So just encouragement, they will submit it, document, update the activities, and make sure the service row summary is updated as well. Oh, next one is, oh, this is a cargo claim. This insured, I guess, they were good about informing if they were doing any hazardous material, calling in, letting us know, and then the carrier would charge accordingly. He was hauling hydrogen peroxide, and he didn't think that was a hazardous material, so he didn't call in. And so there was a claim, and I'm not sure on, you know, what the decision was to pay for that one, but the agent, you know, asking the right questions, educating the client. You know, he didn't think hydrogen peroxide was a hazardous material, and according to, I think it was Century Insurance, it was.
The next one, this one was where the insured called in to remove a vehicle and add another vehicle. During the length of the conversation, the person had wrote down to remove the vehicle and add the vehicle. They discussed why they were not going to remove the vehicle. I don't remember the logistics of it. I believe it was because she was giving it to her son or a family member and they did not have it retitled and insured yet. So they agreed not to remove the vehicle from her policy. What happened is the individual, when she crossed it off, it actually kind of like underlined it on her paper, and she went back to process the change later and ended up removing the vehicle. And then there was a hail claim on it, which totaled the vehicle because it was older, and the company didn't honor it because we had removed it and we weren't supposed to. So just double checking. Another thing is do your changes right away for personal lines. I know that that's not always easy. You're getting a phone call after a phone call, but making sure that you're not documenting on paper and walking away because you have to get it in the system. So even if you start that change with your notes in the change activity, leave that open. Just go back to it later to actually process it if you get another phone call. So, some people like to not write anything down, which is always a plus. Do it right in Epic. I know that's not always feasible because they're going to ask you questions on what deductibles do I currently have, what coverage. But you can start that change activity, go to the app, and go back. So a couple of different things that you could do to have prevented this. Double check that you're doing what you wrote down. Make sure that you cross it off correctly. Don't remove vehicles if you discussed. It would have been fresh in the mind. If you do it after the fact, you may not remember that conversation after you've had 10 others.
Okay, I think we're going to skip a couple just because for time's sake. And we're going to jump to the ones that are over 5,000. This building coverage not updated to correct property form. This one is an interesting one and kind of a messy one. It also involves an agent who is no longer with us and carried over into another agent. Lack of documentation, he said, she said with the client. But anyways, this was a habitational that was written on a DP1 form, name peril, so very limited with what was covered. Due to the condition of the building, they couldn't find a carrier that was willing to write it for more or on a better form. So what happened was one of the tenants passed away in one of the apartments, and I believe the body was not discovered for a certain period of time, and there was, I guess, hazardous due to, bodily fluids, a decomposed body that, destroyed the floor, some cabinets, and also displaced some other tenants. So the insured was like, I told the agent, they knew that we made updates to this building, and the agent said that they were looking for a better form or a better policy. Well, this agent's no longer with us, lack of documentation in the file, he said, she said. So they did threaten to sue. I think we did have to get our attorney involved, and it was agreed to, make a settlement versus having to defend or submit a claim.
The next one is what Daryl was talking about earlier. It was a rewrite, and what happened was the matching siding and roofing endorsement was new at that time. And when they had rewrote the policy, the agent specifically told the insured, I can rewrite you to this company and save you this amount of money, but you're not going to have that endorsement because they don't have it available. They were okay with it, signed the application. However, when they had a claim on it, through talking, I'm assuming with the adjuster, it ended up that they found out that it was available, and the agent had said it wasn't. They missed it on the quoting process, and even though the insured knew they weren't having that endorsement, they wanted it. it was available. So making sure that you duplicate the coverage, and yes, she told them, but it was available. So you have to make sure that that endorsement is 100% not available if you're not going to put it on that new app, and let them know that. And then our largest claim was somebody had added a vehicle, and it was a he said, she said situation type. They added a van. The individual added the van to their policy. What happened was they had a claim years later, and they had went back and said they actually converted it to like a camper. So the $35,000 value of the vehicle went to $70,000 from all the things that they had done to it. He went back and said, no, I told this individual, and it was 2 years later, and who's going to remember that? If you had a recorded phone call, we could have gone back and said, no, you didn't. Let the service staff know. It was, again, like a he said, she said. So make sure that you document everything. It's not a question we would ask. If you call to add a vehicle, you're not going to ask if they converted it into something else. So you can't prevent it in that way. But, just double checking, making sure that when you go through, if the agent is going to go through the renewal with them, making sure that they, have you had any updates? Not that you would ask again if you converted a vehicle into a camper, but just double checking those things. Recorded phone call is the biggest one. Would have helped us.
The next slide is just a summary of the causes of loss, where we rank with the number of, administrative losses, also the type of coverage. Auto ranks number 1, then property. Those seem to be the highest lines of coverage where we're going to experience a mistake. Next, we're going to go into some close calls, situations that happened that we didn't necessarily have to pay anything out. We were lucky, but again, it's a good chance to see what we could have done better in those situations.
So there were a couple of payment ones. Somebody had taken a payment at the front desk from an insured. It wasn't even their commercial personal. It was something that they were not usually working on. They took the payment, put it on their desk, and then they left for a day. They never processed it. They never told the people on the account that they had the payment. It was actually in pending cancel, and somebody specifically was waiting for that person to come in and make that payment. So after the person who took the payment had left for the day, the person who was waiting for the payment had to go around the office and double check with everybody. Did anybody see? Does anybody know who took that payment? They called the insured and they said yes, they came in and they made the payment. So they ended up finding it on this person's desk. They were able to process it. It was fine. But had they not been able to find that and it had sat there for 2 days, that policy would have canceled. They had that day to make the payment, or it was going to final cancel. The other one was an individual took a phone call with a card number, wrote the card number on a piece of paper for their payment. Instead of processing it over the phone with them, writing it down and push it off to the side. And then they took other calls. And another one of their calls down the line was also regarding a cancellation. They were pending cancel and needed to make a payment. After the fact of having both those calls and others in between, they decided to go back and make the payment. And they made the credit card payment on the wrong insured. They made it on the one that was cancel pending. So we got it figured out, but it took months to figure this out and to get between the company billing and our billing department and with the insured to get that all squared away. There were a lot of things that went wrong in that whole process. My biggest thing is, if you get a payment, don't write it down. Never write a payment down. Process it when you're on the phone with them. Having that payment on a piece of paper with their card number is a huge E&O issue. You can make it on the wrong shirt. Somebody could get a hold of that piece of paper. You could have somebody random walk in the office. They see that, they take it. Make those payments right away as you're on the phone. The insured will wait on the phone. They need their payment made. So make sure you're doing those immediately.
The next one was a workers' comp policy that was not issued, and this was not discovered until 10 months after the effective date. This ultimately ended up being the carrier's fault, but we didn't follow the procedures to have a double check to make sure that that policy was in fact issued. The only reason why it was discovered is it was an auto owner's account. We were supposed to write the BOP and the work comp, and it's coming up for renewal, and auto owners emailed and said, you're losing your multi-line discount because we only have the BOP. And when the agent was notified, well, we have the work comp with you. Well, literally, there's no documentation in Epic as far as emails requesting it to be bound. No policy started and put in, submitted stage. So again, this did end up being the carrier's fault, but we could have caught it months, 30 days after the effective date that it had not been written. So that was a close call, because what would have happened if it wasn't the carrier's fault? So documenting and following the EPIC procedures with your in-process submitted and issued. I think we're going to skip ahead a couple just because of time's sake. I know that Daryl, you had an experience. You want to talk about the eye clinic? Okay, so that's a summary of, the mistakes, our mission failures that we've, made in the last 2 years. It's all done with the intention and hope that we can learn from each other's mistakes. I know, especially in the commercial world, in my team, and I believe with all of you, everybody is conscientious. Nobody does this intentionally. We are busy. We have a lot of things coming at us. But it's imperative. We don't want that huge claim. And I know when I've sat across somebody that's had one, it's devastating. Nobody feels worse than that employee. I had one in my Wausau days. I think I cried for a week because I felt so bad. But I will say, in any discussions that we've had with, Jesse, Daryl, Tim, in no way are we sitting there in the office and bashing anybody like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they made the mistake. So I just want to, reassure you that they do happen, but they are handled, with grace and understanding, that we are all capable of making that mistake.
Yeah, just to reiterate, we have your back. We 100% have your back on this. But the problem is when it's a tie, the tie always goes to the customer. And you may be adamant that you did nothing wrong. And we believe you. Not probably, we do believe you. But we're in a tough spot. And tie goes to the customer. And that's the way it is. Now, we're trying to get customers to participate. If we're going to make a payment, and anybody surprised we have a $50,000 deductible? It's a big chunk. But our premium is also $58,000 a year with a $50,000 deductible. We're self-insuring almost. What we're insuring is a large catastrophic event, right? So we're on the hook for a lot. So don't think that we don't have your back. We 100% do. But we're trying to get the customers. We've had instances, I'm not sure of any of these, but we do have participation from the customer. I know, Tim, we did something in Rapids, I thought, or Point, where we agreed to have the customer participate in half of the payment or something like that. I don't remember what the details were. Auto claim. And again, it was probably, they called in, they said they called in, we had no documentation of it. We have that part fixed. But again, we're in a tough spot here. So, but you guys are doing a great job on it too.
The other point to, paying out the claims in the old days, and if you've been around in the insurance industry long enough, carriers were more willing to help out with some of these incidents. They're not anymore. They're pretty cut and dry on their willingness to help, the client and help us. I don't know if we've had any situations where they have helped us recently, but it's tougher for them. So we are running out of time. Daryl did go through the premium and that we are at a $50,000 deductible. I'm not going to go through the exclusions, in depth. They're basic. Don't take some of your client's personal data and use it for, your gain. That's not going to be covered by our E&O policy. Backdating insurance applications, no. Altering documents. I mean, all of that stuff seems pretty basic. Don't issue a certificate with inaccurate information just to allow our client to get a job. We recently had, as far as like backdating or altering information, we had a client whose workers' comp canceled for non-payment. 3 weeks later, he wanted it reinstated, and surprisingly, the carrier said, yes, we'll reinstate. You have to pay your money and then a no-loss letter. Well, when I told the insured we need the no-loss letter, he's like, well, I did have a work comp claim. And it was a small one. And he said, well, I just paid it out of my pocket. Do we really have to tell them? That puts us in a bad situation. We don't want to jeopardize our relationship with our carrier by lying to them. And so we're like, nope, we can't do it. You're going to have a lapse. And in my 30 years of insurance, I've never witnessed where an agent, they fired the client. You need to go to another agency. This guy had multiple payment problems, so this wasn't totally out of the blue, but the guy was asking us to be unethical. So it does happen. I guess in conclusion, we were going to go into, some challenges with our E&O coverage, and I'll just bring up one of the biggest one is artificial intelligence. It's here, there's more coming. How are the carriers, do they know what they're going to be covering for errors? We don't know yet. How do we rely on artificial intelligence? Is it 100% accurate? If it's not, and we're using it as an agency, where's our exposure? How is that covered? So I'm not going to go into, all of them, but that is probably the biggest one that could be a challenge is all this technology that's coming on board, and it's coming fast. A lot of times we don't have time to react like we should or would like. So it's always changing. Prices are going up, claims are going up. So I don't think it's going to get easier. It's going to get more difficult, and it puts a lot on our staff and agents to learn and to become educated to make sure that we don't have mistakes. So, Daryl, anything else you want to say in conclusion? Jamie? Okay. Well, thank you very much. I hope you found some value in hearing about our mission failures.
Hello, everyone. I know we've got a large group today, but just testing that this audio works, and I will go ahead and share my screen here. Oh, I can't hear you. Can you hear me? Okay. Kelly Jo, if you're fine with me starting, I'm happy to dive into it. I can't hear you, but I don't know if we will have time for questions given kind of the slot we have today. So I'm happy to just get started, whatever works best for you. Okay, sounds good. Just feel free to send me a chat whenever you're ready for me to get started. Okay, sounds good. I will go ahead and kick off. Well, thanks so much, everyone, for joining today. I'm very excited to meet with the broader Spectrum team. I know I'm not able to see everyone on screen, but it's nice to meet you. I've had the opportunity to work with Kelly Jo and Carrie Klinger extensively and have really enjoyed partnering with them. So it's great to talk with the broader team. Just as a quick introduction, my name is Stephanie Gallion. I'm the Customer Success Manager for the Applied and Spectrum relationship. And really, the goal with my role is just to help with the overall adoption and use of the different applied solutions that Spectrum has today. So with that, the goal of today's conversation is to walk through some of the product roadmap and updates for the different applied products that you have, and then also just chat a little bit more holistically about our solutions and how we can really optimize that through the use of browser and things of that nature. So I will go ahead and kick off. I know we have quite a large group, so what I've asked Kelly Jo and Carrie ahead of time is just for any questions, if you want to just kind of jot those down, or feel free if you have the opportunity to put them in the chat and I can review them later. Happy to kind of create some one-off conversations after this as needed. Okay, and here's our agenda. So first, I'm just going to talk about the applied ecosystem in general, just so you have an overall understanding of what the different products are under the applied umbrella and specifically which ones Spectrum has access to today and how those kind of fit together. Then we'll go into just a quick overview of the state of browser. So we have many of our clients transitioning to browser, and that's kind of the way of the future for applied. So talking a little bit about that. And then we will chat briefly about your adoption and usage within CSR 24 specifically, as I know that's a product that this services group is using. And then we will highlight the product roadmap. So what are some of the deliveries from Q2 for applied, as well as what's coming in Q3, 4, and beyond. And then lastly, just some education opportunities for self-service education, as well as other resources that you have available in working with me and the broader applied team. 。 . 。 . 。
。 . 。 .
. 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 . 。 .
。 . 。 . 。
Okay, So within the applied ecosystem, I just wanted to show this graphic because I think it's helpful for you to get an understanding of where all the different products fit in. So we are covering the full round trip of insurance, and that's something that our CEO has been talking a lot about over the last couple of years, is how can we really optimize what we're doing in terms of covering that entire digital round trip of insurance, and then also incorporating AI into that to really enhance efficiencies within those different workflows. So the products that Spectrum has today, just to call that out, would be CSR 24, which is listed there on the left in the servicing portion. I'm sure you all are familiar with that. Indio, which many of you are probably also familiar with, over in the top section there, kind of between the sales and marketing and submissions and underwriting section. And then we also have, it's not listed here, but Applied Benefits Designer. And I know that Kelly Jo and Carrie have been working with our team just to help with some of the custom forms recently and optimizing some of what we're doing on the benefit side. And then we have Applied Pay, which helps with the payments portion, which you all probably wouldn't interact with quite as much, but might be familiar with in terms of creating payment links and things like that, and emails that would go out to clients. And then lastly would be the dashboards, which is a newer product as well for Spectrum, to really help kind of bring it all together and help make business decisions off of those dashboards, make it more easy to view claims and things of that nature. So I just wanted to show this just so you can kind of understand how all these pieces flow together and work together. And next, just to briefly cover our key investment areas for this year. So our strategy is really focused on leveraging data and AI as sort of horizontal capabilities. So wanting to find really meaningful, practical ways to infuse data and AI into key policy and business workflows where they can drive the biggest impact. So we're continuing to expand on some of these investments or carryover from 2024, and we're really hoping to broaden connected commercial lines to help address personal line workflows, and then also expanding our payments focus to become more of an all-encompassing financial management system. We are also creating a more tailored experience for benefits. So as I mentioned, that's kind of separate, but something that we're working closely with Spectrum on today, and prioritizing just overall connectivity, different integrations, and making our APIs and things really robust so that we can connect to different systems and hopefully house as much in Epic as possible so that you all have a centralized place to go. All right, and then I wanted to briefly just touch on browser. So this is probably a topic that you've heard about kind of across the agency, whether you're using browser today or maybe you are interested in using browser. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the current status at Applied. So we have over 111,000 users on the browser as of mid-July. I don't have current statistics on that, but I'm sure it has increased since then. This makes up close to 70% of our total Epic users, and we have over 72% of enterprise customers that have migrated to the browser. So as you can see, kind of our enterprise customers are leading the charge, and I know that Spectrum has done a lot of work in terms of increasing that number. I did pull stats as of today, and it looks like you all are at around 60% of the agency on browser, which is a big uptick in comparison to previous quarters, so that's great to see. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things, and I'll mention it throughout the presentation, but some of the products that you all have access to today, so things like dashboards, for example, are only possible to use with the browser. Any new Applied customer that comes on with us, they are automatically put onto browser. There is no option to go onto the desktop version. I know that with change comes some challenges, so if you all have kind of made that transition or you're in the process of it and things look a little bit different or might be a little bit confusing at first, that's where me and my team are more than happy to help, as well as our support team. And I know that Carrie's doing a great job in updating workflow documents and things like that so that you all can really start to take advantage of what the browser has to offer. I think specifically in terms of other Spectrum products that you have, Indio is another area where that Epic and Indio integration, we're really doing a lot of improvements there, trying to drive just a more connected experience between the two systems so it doesn't feel separate at all. And with that, many of the Epic and Indio integration pieces are only going to be available if you have access to the browser. On the benefits side, same thing. We're releasing kind of the benefits overview screen and many of our other updates that are only available with the browser. So I've shared previously lots of resources that I'm happy to kind of resurface back to this team, or to create, one-on-one calls with you all if there's certain areas you want to dive into a little bit deeper with a product specialist. But we have lots of resources, videos, a whole list of browser exclusive features. So would be happy to share that out if it's helpful, but would definitely encourage this group to really think about moving that direction if you have not already, because I think you'll find that there's a lot of these updates and just different products that you all have access to that you may not be able to even take advantage of without moving on to the browser. All right, so next we're going to hop into just a quick peek into usage for both CSR24 and Indio before we get into those product updates. So for CSR24, I just wanted to show this little equation here because this is going to directly relate into my following slides. But we see a huge time and cost savings through insured self-service. So really pushing your clients to that CSR24 portal. And so this is the calculation we use that is based on just overall kind of across the US. So take with that what you will, but we see kind of average hourly wage of a CSR, $23 an hour, divided by that 20 minutes is the estimated average time from a CSR receiving the request to send out a certificate. So then we're looking at about $7 saved per certificate. So that is the math that we're using in these metrics that you'll see here. So basically for this, we're seeing around 99,736 certificates of insurance that were sent and issued in 2024. So I'm going to show 2024 and 2025. We have around a little over 94,000 of those pulled and sent directly within the agency, and then 5,000 self-pulled by insureds. And then overall, we see $35,420 savings from insureds pulling their own certificates of insurance instead of calling their agent, and then $662,732 potential future savings from converting agency pulled certificates of insurance to insured pulled. So I'll share a couple of resources around this, but definitely something I would just encourage you all to continue to push with your clients. And as I'd mentioned to Carrie and Kelly Jo, I'm happy to have one-off sessions on this as well, just to make sure that you all are kind of maximizing that insured portal. And then in 2025, we're seeing kind of a similar trend so far compared to 2024. So a little over 3,000 certificates pulled by insured so far in 2025. And the savings you can see there from insureds pulling their own certificates of insurance instead of calling their agent. And in terms of promoting CSR24 to clients, these are some of the resources we have available today. I have shared these out in the past just with a small team there at Spectrum, but happy to share these with a broader audience. Some of these resources might be helpful just in terms of navigating those conversations with your clients and really encouraging them to obtain their own certificates. Obviously, there will be circumstances at times where it makes sense for you to have that interaction and directly send it to your client. But overall, we want you all focusing on those value-added activities and where your time is best spent. So things like this can be very helpful to have insureds kind of pull their own, just so that you're not spending unnecessary time on that. And ultimately, I know that that's something that I think all servicing teams want to drive, is that just time savings and efficiency where possible. These are available within the CSR24 help file as well. So just something to keep in mind. But as I said, happy to share those out via email. Next, pivoting to Indio. So we have a similar equation that we use in terms of discovering what is that total saved per submission. So $23 per hour is what we're estimating again, and then 1.5 hours of time spent to collect forms and rekey data. So with Indio, we're looking at approximately $34.50 saved per submission. And this just kind of shows you how we get to that 1.5 hours. So overall, we know that preparing a submission packet is a really time-consuming task. So by using Indio, the agency is, saving time for your staff, reducing time spent on some of those more manual tasks. So we're averaging that, brokers take close to 1.5 hours for prepare a submission packet, and then approximately 27 minutes looking to correct carrier application forms, rekeying data. Can add an extra hour of time to that 27 minutes. So it can just be a really time-consuming process. And then storing those documents electronically through Indio helps eliminate some of those inefficiencies, and then just helps the brokerage organize and manage forms more effectively, so that the submission can only take a couple of minutes when using Indio versus having that more time-consuming manual process. And ultimately, by using Indio, your agency will save time and reduce time spent on those manual tasks, as I mentioned. So some of those manual tasks can include things like finding expired exposures, documents, preparing renewal packages, manually sending out reminder emails. And we've heard from, I've heard from other agencies that manually compiling those documents and sending out the submission can take, well over that 1.5 hours per submission at times. So I know that might not be entirely accurate for Spectrum. Every agency is a little bit different, but these are some of the ways that Indio can save you time. And as you can kind of tell with the theme here in this usage and adoption portion, just really trying to help you all save that time and create efficiencies where possible. And on the resources portion, I did just want to note that we have a couple of resources that are available now, and some that will be coming soon for promoting Indio to your clients in terms of the Indio experience for clients themselves. So we have a quick video guide to navigating Indio. This is a great resource. It's a very short video. I think it's like maybe 5 minutes long or so, that you can send to your clients, as well as several help articles on the Indio website. Coming soon, we will have an email copy that you can send out to just kind of promote that Indio portal experience. We'll also have social media posts and then the staff email signature, similar to what we have today with CSR 24. And I did want to note that I know currently the main way that you all are using Indio is through the e-signature. With that said, I know kind of internally with our smaller group, we've been chatting about just different ways to maximize that. And so doing more of the more of that submissions process through Indio, and then also working on things like lead capture and whatnot and getting that set up. So this is something that you might kind of start to hear more about if you haven't already. And lastly, on the Indio piece, just some of the benefits for insureds. So they have an online portal that gives them anytime, anywhere access to the insurance forms that they need. Smart mapping, so data is mapped from prior year's renewal forms, avoiding the need to re-answer questions for time savings and efficiency. I know that whenever I get a form and I'm having to re-answer questions, I'm like, don't they already have this information saved? So it's really nice to have that smart mapping feature. And then this is a very secure method of document sharing. So insureds can easily keep track of all their policies, binders, any other documents throughout the year, just in one secure place. And then the e-signature, which you all are already using today, Indio Sign just helps to avoid some of that manual signing of physical forms, faxing, things of that nature. So that one you all are already taking advantage of, but I know that some of these other portions of Indio you all are looking to maybe expand into. All right, I'm going to continue forward into our product roadmap section, starting with the Q2 product deliveries. So these are items that are already available within Epic, or in this case, kind of CSR 24 Indio today. So first is the early access program for, I'll just mention our early access program for instant cert validation was completed during Q2. And what this is a feature that enables the certificate recipient to check the validity of the data shown on the certificate. So this would be items like policy coverage, limits, and dates for up to 1 year after the issue date. This feature is going to save the recipient time from contacting their agent, asking if coverage is still valid, or asking for a new cert to be issued, saving the agency lots of personnel hours responding to those requests. So this one is available today for the Accord 25, excuse me. And then the second piece is we have delivered delivered permission control for limiting which templates are available to specific insured contacts for certificate issuance. So just giving you a little bit more flexibility there. And I did just want to note on the dashboards, I know this is a kind of a brand new product for Spectrum, but just a couple of things that might be helpful to know is that we do have the client contracts and services section now has dashboards for a few different roles. So principal owner, department manager, sales manager, account manager, and producer personas, which will help give insights into the contracts and services provided to those specific clients, helping you kind of track expiration dates better, number of services provided, as well as open and close status and service codes. So that is a new development for us on the dashboards front. We also have a claims data quality visual. So the claims dashboards for department managers include a data quality visual that tracks closed claims with open activities. So these activities are traditionally a bit more difficult to track in Epic. So this is going to help ensure that the activities are handled in a timely manner. And then lastly is the viewable dashboards at persona level. So the ability to customize whether a dashboard is viewable at the persona level. And we have something called Asset Builder within the dashboards that users with Asset Builder access are able to hide or unhide specific dashboards and shared assets from folders. So it just gives you a little bit more flexibility there in terms of organization and management of dashboards at that persona level. All of these are available now as well. And next, we're going to pivot into the future roadmap. So these are items we don't have today, but are coming. So something we've been talking a lot about recently at Applied, and that we will be talking a lot about at our upcoming conference at AppliedNet, is Epic and Indio integration improvements. So today, it is a bit more of a separate experience, kind of navigating into Indio versus Epic. There will be a world, hopefully in the near future. I'm not sure exact timing on it, but I know it's something our team will be working on in 2026, is really embedding Epic and Indio together so that you do not have to leave Epic in order to get access to everything that Indio has to offer. So one of the ways that we're doing that is the Accord Forms data connectivity. So we're working on improving the Accord data integration between the two systems. So within Indio, you'll be able to pre-fill the Accord Forms with the exposure data from Epic and then push that same data from Indio back into Epic, which will help eliminate the use of any additional tools needed to gather that information and just help improve the efficiency and data collection for any of your Accord-driven placements. So work began last quarter with our Accord 131 and 143 forms, but over the rest of the year, the Indio team is going to be adding support for more of the widely used Accord forms in Epic. And we expect those first three forms mentioned there to general release. I have later in Q3, but I believe, yeah, like within September, those will be released for you. And next one I wanted to call out is Epic Bridge. So this is a big update for us. We are very excited about this capability. This is an all new Epic add-in for email attachments. So this will replace the existing Outlook add-in that you might be familiar with. We did have kind of an early access program that kicked off in early Q3 for Epic Bridge. And then we are wrapping up some additional work in Q3 as a part of that early access program with a target of general release in Q4. So very soon. Just a couple of the things that we are really excited about with this. So one of them being that you will be able to kind of after this early access program, we will be working on compatibility for both the new Outlook version as well as classic Outlook. I know I have many customers that are still on the classic version, aren't ready to make that pivot yet. Initially, we were only going to be launching this for new Outlook, but now it will be available in both. So that's an exciting update. And then the ability to just locate and attach emails is going to be much simpler with the Epic Bridge versus the current Outlook add-in. There's also the ability to do the email summarization. So using AI to kind of summarize those emails and then map it back directly within Epic to the activity. So there's lots of exciting updates here. You can see just overall kind of a cleaner user interface and experience. It'll automatically kind of suggest the account account for you, and then just help map all that appropriate email documentation back over to Epic. So I've got a whole list of features and current capabilities that I'd be happy to share after this call, but for the sake of time, just did want to mention this. I also will let you know that Epic Bridge is only available if you are on the browser, so definitely something to keep in mind there as well if you have yet to make that switch. On the CSR 24 front, so CSIO and Accord form updates are being worked on in Q3. The CSIO certificates of liability and property are going to be updated. And then additionally, the Accord 29 evidence of flood insurance form is being added to CSR 24. That's based on a lot of the PAC requests we've received. The PAC is the area where our clients can submit product enhancement requests or things that they're looking for. So that's one that we've gotten a lot. And then work is also happening in the text library in Q3 to help streamline the search process for agents and insurers and add filtering capabilities that will make it a bit easier to find saved approved language for certificates of insurance. So just being able to populate that really quickly and kind of pop it in as needed. But I did want to mention that because I thought this would be probably applicable to this group. And my last couple of slides here, I wanted to talk a little bit more about education opportunities. So the first would be our office hours. I'm not sure if anyone on this call has participated in our office hours before, but we have several of these have already passed now, but I just wanted to call out the couple that are still available. So coming up this week, we have our dashboards office hours on the 26th, and then we also have our browser Ask the Experts office hours on the 30th. And then I will be sure to share office hour opportunities for October as well. But what's really great about the office hours is the folks that are product experts that I would loop into a call and kind of request for anytime you really need to get in the weeds or you have super specific questions, you want to do a screen share, or maybe you want to understand what are some of the advantages that other clients are seeing with the browser, how are they using it, or how are they utilizing dashboards. It's just a great learning opportunity. So this is an awesome resource that we have available, and I wanted to call that out. You can access these through there's a link within these slides, but you can access these through the Applied community. You'll see the live training and office hours calendar there, and they'll provide the registration link. And within the browser, one of the advantages that we have as well now is our resource center. So this is an opportunity for you to locate different trainings, tutorials, videos, workflow documentation. I know that Carrie's been working diligently on kind of getting more customized workflow documentation that's sort of the Spectrum way sent over to you all as well. And I think a lot of that is probably available already, but this is another area where Applied is just trying to make your lives a little bit easier as you navigate to the browser, give you different walkthroughs and tutorials of some of the common workflows that we see our clients using. So I just wanted to call out that we're adding new content to our resource center consistently. And if you are on the browser experience, you will probably notice that resource center pop up where some of this would be available and suggested to you. We're also adding similar capabilities through what we call our digital adoption studio. We're adding similar capabilities across Indio as well. So you will start to see similar items for resource center, not just for browser specific experiences, but also in other extended solutions of Applied as well. You'll start to see us incorporating more of this training material. So this is the list of all the different options that we have. And then last but not least, because I don't have any additional slides, but I did just want to mention that I'm always available. I know as I've said a couple of times here, we've got a large group today, but I'm always available as well. I am here to just help you all take advantage of the products that you have and ensure that you're seeing value. So whether that is me helping connect you with a different resource, whether it's our technical support team, maybe I loop in a product expert, maybe we just kind of have a one-off session with a smaller group to really dive into some specific items, I'm more than happy to do that, as well as share out these slides and all the different resources that we have. We've got lots and lots on browser, but if there's anything specific on Indio, CSR 24, any of our other extended solutions, more than happy to share that as well. But yeah, with that, I think I'm probably at my time here. So I just want to thank you all so much for the opportunity to come connect during this meeting. And I'm more than happy to answer questions after the call, but really appreciate your attention and time.
I just want to talk about Indio for a second. So who's using Indio for something other than just an e-signature? For what? Applications, right? So only a handful? Only a couple? If you're not, and I can only speak on the commercial side, but if I've got a lot of D&O policies, cyber, EPLI policies, those management liability policies, and they all require a renewal application every year, or pretty much. So I do almost all of those in Epic, or Kim and I do. And once you set that application up, if it's in there, and if it's not, Indio can add it. So whether it's a Victor cyber renewal or a Travelers application or Coalition, once you set that application up in Epic, in Indio, you can go in there every year and have the customer update that through Indio, and you can send it to them, have them review it. It has last year's data, and you can make certain questions required, or just say review all these questions. That's what you're using it for, right? It's really handy, right? So if you're not, I don't know what the personal line side, if there's things in there. I can only speak to the commercial. But if you're not using that, especially for these recurring renewal applications, definitely do that. It's really, really handy. So, okay. That's all I got.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are definitely over our time. Does anybody have any questions about this that we just went through? Okay. All right, so Lisa, are we doing lunch and then doing Christina after, or should we squeeze her in and grab meals and eat while she's presenting? What do you guys want to do? Okay, sorry we kind of went over today, so.
which do not always appear on the homepage. We have yet to determine how often the news articles are posted, as it seems only when items are relevant for those pages. 4 new pages have been launched since the 4 new pages since the launch date. Our double agents have deployed for new pages. The company, or the licensing, download in CSW, the Spectrum EO policy, and the administration page. We've also intercepted that the quote and joke of the day is something new to the insider since launch date. Your mission is clear. Help us infiltrate the villain, Spectrum Insurance Group's insider. Explore the insider daily. Engage with your team by using the kudos, happy birthday, happy anniversary, question of the week, and the Spectrum snapshot. Submit feedback to our double agents, Christina, Lisa, Carrie, and Brian. Together, we ensure mission success and deliver legendary service, one insider tip at a time. Now allow me to introduce you to the double agents, Carrie and Kelly Jo, as they present Operation Risk and Reward. Here, I got music for you. I'm going to do music.
Thank you, Christina. All right. Special agents.
I'm ready.
You ready?
Well,
Are you ready?
hopefully they listened about one of our props, because that might make it a little awkward.
Welcome to Operation Risk and Reward. I gotta find my notes.
Oh.
You're taking them on me.
Don't have them.
What'd you do with them? Oh, what's
Right
this
there.
one? Thank you.
there.
Thank you.
Welcome. I gotcha.
All right. We're going to play a little game. Your mission, your first mission, is to assign 3 people on your table. One is a mission leader. The mission leader is like the team captain. Keep it all flowing. Keep it all flowing. Keeping your mission complete on time. Number 2 is an intel officer. The intel officer will read the question within your envelope. So on your table, you have an envelope that's top secret. You have a paddle, and you have some candy. So when you open up your envelope, you will see that there is some, you can open them. You can grab, someone can grab them. There's a question and answer portion. So the intel officer will read the question within the question sheet. Jenny, you can open that. Yep, you can open it. And then there's a handler. The handler will turn the document that you guys are going to answer questions, they turn it in to us. Your special agents are going to be up here, which is Kelly, Jo, and I. Your mission is to answer all these questions correctly. That's the key, correctly. You can go through, it's however you guys want to do it, however your mission team decides to do it. If you want to come up and answer 5 questions at a time and have us mark them off, if they're correct or not, we will let you know if you have any wrong answers. At the end of this first mission, you have to have all 15 questions correct before you get your final mission. Okay? So however you guys want to do that. But we need 3 people. We need 1 person to keep it flowing, which is your mission leader. You need an intel officer, so 1 person to read the question to your table. And then the handler will take those answered questions and bring it up table, and we'll grade it per se. We'll tell you if you're right or wrong. Yeah. Manager, owner, you can give, you can help with the answers, but you're part of it, but. So you have to answer all the questions correctly.
Raise your paddle if you understand the rules.
Yeah.
Raise the paddle if you understand the rules. Once your jobs are assigned, raise the paddle. Okay, we got a couple paddles. No, cannot start till everyone raises a paddle. Raise your paddle if you understand the mission. Okay, everyone understand the mission. What? What? Raise the paddle if you understand. No, you're an owner. You have to participate, but you can't be one of the jobs. No. You can participate. All right, raise your paddles if you know how to do this game, because I don't want anybody not knowing. Okay?
Table 10.
If you understand, raise your paddle.
Table 10 did not raise it.
All right, table 10, you know what you're doing? Raise your paddle. Raise it high. Okay, one last thing. Once your answers are all done, you get the final mission. The final mission is a team building event. So as a team, you'll do the final mission. When you think you have it correct, you raise your paddle. There is only one answer.
For your final mission, there is only one answer.
And on these two questions. There's only one answer in everything we're doing.
But you have to have your answers correctly first before you get your final mission. And we will grade them, and then once they're all correct, we'll give you your final mission. The first team that gets the final mission correct, raise your paddle so we can come judge it. Everybody understand? Begin. it was together, anything is possible. So we had teams 2 and table 1. They were the first 2. They get to win this lovely laminated certificate. I know. Hey, display it proudly on your desk. You know what I mean? I mean, come on, this is gold. All right, Kelly Jo, are we going to go through? We'll go through some of the questions. Yeah, we do have time. And it's signed. It's a signed certificate. By who? The special secret agents.
Try to change it up every year, so.
Let's go through number 6. Yeah. I'm just gonna. Can I have an answer, a question sheet? Thank you very much. Oh, is there 3 of them? Oh, yeah, geez. Okay. All right. Oh, we have to log back in. Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. Number 6 seemed to stump some people. Which options below can you close activities through actions? This is somewhat of a newer, I wouldn't say newer feature, it's just not well known, maybe.
So I'll just do a quick change in there and then set that up.
Also, number 9. What is the standard to enter new business changes and cancellations for downloaded policies? Some people were saying by the end of the day, 1 business day.
I was supposed to do this last night and I forgot.
Way to go, Kelly
I'm
Jo.
not gonna lie, I forgot.
There was also one that not stumped, but it was kind of a trick question. Number 5, we asked, what 2 new features in browser, or what are 2 new features in browser? They actually were all right. They're all new features within browser, which is address validation, attachment preview, AI integration, and address prefills.
Okay, so to show the actions, this, again, not for downloaded policies, these are for manual processes. In there, I have an open activity right here. And this, if I go actions and I'm gonna just issue this endorsement, I'm not sure if everybody notices that you can close that activity right here. It's just a quick, it's just 1 click. I think what we probably do is click out of there, then go to activities, and then do all that. So we just kind of wanted to show you that you don't have to do that whole entire motion. And this is for anything that's in submitted stage. I can just quickly close this activity during the issue stage. Saves you keystrokes, basically. So you're protesting. Okay, just want to know what we're doing here, Chris. What other one do we want to show that people are stumped on?
Yeah, you know, number 13 was a big stumper. What is the name of the client portal slash CSR 24? There was quite a few of you that were like, CSR 24. Are you going to show them where it is? It is not CSR 24. It is the Spectrum Policy Center. We'll show you where that's located. And they were made to stump you. Clearly, table number 2 was not stumped. I'll just say that.
Where was it? It says the policy center right here, and then it's a Spectrum Policy Center. And that's what we've always referred it is, because we wanted to brand it. We didn't want just CSR 24. We wanted to make it our own. So that was that answer.
Number 10 also kind of stumped a couple of people. Where can the listing of download companies be found on the Insider? You can just, yeah, there you go. No. And then go to, nope, you can go to here. Oh, nice. You're going a long way.
Well, I don't know how else to do it.
The answer for number 10 was insurance resources and homepage of, or on the homepage, the quick links. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Any other ones that you guys were stumped on? Number of employees. I seen some of you get out the M&Ms and start counting. Were they counted correctly?
All but one. I think I messed up. And I think they're the only team that counted them, and they came up as 170. I'm like, okay, I gotta give it to them. When I was counting them, I had this stray little M&M, and I'm like, oh shit. Give me the new bucket or the old bucket. So somebody's got 172, and they had 170. Did you? Totally my fault. I did that. You know, some of the things that we're really changing too, just to kind of go through benefits overview. I just want to give a quick kudos to what we're doing in Epic for the benefit side as well. It doesn't affect everybody here, but I still just kind of want to show you is on the policy screen here, you will see we combine it with this entity, like some of our entities, we don't combine the group benefits and the commercial, but some of them we do. So of the dashboards is very tricky where the book of business reports, if it is in process, it will not show up on anybody's reports. It won't show up on expiring reports for you. It won't show up on book of business reports. It's like in the Epic dashboard world, it doesn't exist if it's in process. So make sure, that's another thing about, you know, watching your in process and make sure they're submitted. The other thing the dashboards looks at, it looks at effective dates, not necessarily statuses. So with that said, we can't have any quoting ones. We want those in the marketed side, not on the active side, because Epic's dashboards are like, well, that's an active policy because I can see the dates are active. If you have ones you've entered in error, just make sure the dates are prior so it doesn't look like, again, it's an active one. So.
Thank you. All right. I just wanted to give a shout out to Applied because today they did pay for our breakfast. So, which was very, very kind of them. Kelly Jo reached out to them and asked if they would pitch in, and they did. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Applied for paying for our breakfast.
Anything else? Do you guys have anything for us? Well, let's take our break.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we at on our schedule?
Okay.
Okay. it on? All right, we ready for our next step here? So one of the things that we decided a little bit different is to kind of hear from your peers. So what products are they using and how are they using it and what do they like about it? So we're going to kind of just go through a few different products. Where's the clicker? Oh, yeah. So I'll just kind of introduce each one as they come up and just tell you what product they're doing. Each person has about 10-15 minutes. Again, ask questions to them and we'll hopefully get through it. If not, we'll figure it out. So our first one is Emily. Come on up. Emily is going to talk to us about Easy Links. Then we are going to have Nikki. Nikki is going to talk to us about the Renewal Manager, how she uses the Epic Renewal Manager. Then we're going to have Ellen. Come on up. Ellen's going to talk about how she uses Indio. And then we have Cindy. Cindy is going to talk about a new program that she has been doing in the Mayville office on trying to encourage our staff to be put on EFT. Okay? If you have any questions, just again, interrupt us because we want you guys to ask your peers how they're doing things. Daryl, you look like you have a question. Oh, we were just going to pass this because I don't need to talk. What, is that one easier? Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead. So we have Emily here. She is a personal lines, I can't see, account manager for our Wausau location. She's been in insurance she's been at Spectrum for 7 years and the industry for 8 years. Fun fact, Emily loves automotive, car, truck-related anything and loves to be in nature, whether hunting, hiking, or any adventures with her dog. Oh, I have to click. Oh, what?
Shabelsky.
Okay, so Emily's, tell us anything you want about Easy Links.
So I guess first off, how many of you use Easy Links on a regular basis? Okay. How many of you are afraid to use Easy Links because you've never been introduced to it?
Tim, thank you for your honesty.
So first off, I just want to say if you are in personal lines, you know how chaotic the market has been, and a lot of our time is spent remarketing people. This is the best tool and the best way to make use of your time as far as like remarketing goes. You enter the information in one time, you select what carriers you want the information run through. So if you have someone with youthfuls and you want to run them through Progressive, Partners, Western National, and that's it, you can do that. You select or tailor the companies that you run your customers through. Everything does stay in Easy Links, so if in a year, 2 years, you want to go back in and remarket that person, there's only a few things that you really need to update to rerun them through the system. So it's a really easy system to use once you get used to it. I will admit, I was terrified when we were first introduced, but I don't know what I would do without it now, so.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do the rates come back correctly, or do you have any issues of that? Because I think that's always been some of the feedback. Well, I don't trust it. I just want to go to the websites. In your experience?
There is a little bit of variation. Obviously, replacement cost estimators are going to vary company to company, so homeowners are going to be a little bit more variant than autos, but generally, if you run an auto quote, it's going to be pretty accurate as long as you put in your like violation, accident history, things like that. So, for the ease of entering like customer information, you can run them through certain companies and then like deselect if you don't want to run certain companies or if you want to change things. So it's a very good use of time, like I said, and I really don't know what I would do without it. So One thing that I would advise is when you update a password in a carrier website, just go right into EasyLinks and update your information there, because it does require your username and password to get quotes back. So it's just easier to do it all at one time. So one thing that is nice about the system is you can flip-flop the applicant and co-applicant. So if there is a credit difference or if there is an accident or something that shows up for the primary, you can flip-flop it, and it does make a difference sometimes in certain quotes. As far as like carrier questions and things like that, it's easy to set those, and that just saves time, I guess, to running through quotes. So if you guys ever have questions on anything, I use it on a daily basis, and it's just one of those things that's always open on my computer. So I'm happy to walk anyone through questions or concerns that they have to. Just call me. Oh yeah, if you have somebody who's been with a company for a super long time, Acuity has an option to run a replacement cost estimator just off of their regular like home screen. Sometimes they aren't always accurate if somebody's been with a company for a long time, so that is one nice thing to utilize too, just for accurate quoting purposes.
I think the knock sometimes for some of the carriers are complain that it may not capture all the discounts that are available. Do you see that as a problem, or do you then, I mean, obviously you will then go, once you find out your list of where everybody is, it pretty much stays in that order, right? It really doesn't change to that initial, you get your top whatever quotes. When you go in and maybe go to the carrier website, finish it, maybe add some discounts, it doesn't really change the order, does it?
Yeah, it's not going to change anything too much. There's obviously going to be things that you're going to tailor or change maybe a little bit when you go into the carrier website, but for the most part, everything does stay fairly accurate in EasyLinks or transitioning or bridging over to the carrier websites. So
I think Cincinnati is one that kind of complains about it a little bit. Are they on?
I don't use Cincinnati a whole lot, and if I do, it's usually just going in there because there's a specific reason that I might use them. So, but they are available on EasyLinks. So.
I think they complain to us, I think, temporarily, that it doesn't capture all their discounts.
And that could be, I mean, you're always gonna, like when I use EasyLinks, I will run people through and then maybe go and finalize the top 3 options because there can be enough variation between the 3 of them that maybe number 1 is number 2 and number 2 is number 1 or something like that. So it's just good to finalize like the top 2, maybe 3. So, any questions from anyone?
Is this ever going to be available for commercial lines with more and more of our carriers wanting us to enter quotes online? I don't know through EasyLinks, but I know that Applied has products that they're trying to push. And one thing that Applied has done is they have hired, I believe, 31 AI consultants. So I think that is something that will be happening. That company that they just purchased, I mean, they're talking that start to finish, where I think a deck page, I could get the information and go through quoting. So to answer your question, yes, I can't tell you when. We looked at, Deb, what was it, Tomica at one point, but they didn't have a lot of our carriers, so then it didn't really make sense for us to go through the product that Applied had because it didn't have a lot of our carriers. You know, now that we've added more, maybe regional carriers beyond just like your, I don't know, maybe they have more now, and we can maybe find that out more at Applied Conference. Any other questions for Emily? I just need to do a shout out for her. because I don't think you guys realize that most of our agents maybe have done 10 quotes in there, and you were well over 100 every single month. So she is by far our top person using Easy Links. So just, you deserve that kudos, because I was like, holy smokes. So, all right. Now we have Nikki. Nikki is in our Stevens Point office. She is a personal lines account manager. She's been with Spectrum for 7 years and 9 years in the industry. Fun fact, she said, I'm a mom now, so I don't really know because I'm busy with being a
I don't have
mom.
any fun anymore.
But her best vacation ever was Apostle Islands, Madeline Island in Bayfield, Washington Island in Door County. The best whitefish you'll ever eat, and if you're ever looking for that Wisconsin adventure and hiking, put that on the list. But we have another fun fact that we discovered. She's the only Spectrum employee that starts with the letter N. I was looking for her name. I'm like, she's the only one that has the first letter N. So Nikki is going to talk to us about the renewal manager in Epic.
Yeah, so if you're like me, you probably don't enjoy getting emails from Kelly Jo at the end of the month full of reports that your name shows up on. So I try to be a little bit more proactive, and using the renewals manager is just a great tool to kind of see what's coming up in your life next. Nice feature about it is that you can sort your manual policies, like personal lines obviously doesn't have a lot of those. So if you have something like life insurance or undownloaded little things that you wouldn't normally see on a regular basis, you can get ahead of the game and manually renew those or watch to make sure that your customer is paying them, or if they're escrowed and you need to look at something. I mean, it's just a proactive versus reactive tool that I really like to use.
Has anyone else out here used the renewals manager in Epic? We have a couple. It's definitely underused. I think the dashboards may have another thing which we can work on to see which one you like better. But I was excited again finding out that she's using it in the personal lines world, not just commercial, because we do have a lot of non-downloaded policies. Any questions for Nikki? Any other usage you've seen with it? Do you ever use like the go-to policies or the open activities on there?
Yep, if there's something that has to be renewed, I do the go-to, so I just go right into the policy screen and pull up my deck page on the other one, enter my information, get my numbers in, and then I can just issue it right from there. So.
Angie, I'm going to put you on the spot because you also use it. And you use it for the bulk renewal in life and health. Do you want? It's up to you, or I can come back to you too. I totally am. I was going to prepare you, but I thought it was more fun. Oh, gee, thanks.
I used to like you, Kelly.
Just your renewal manager. You end up saying, okay, I have all these life policies or all these med supplements, and you can choose how many policies at a time and renew them, and just the process.
Okay. So when I do it, I have a lot, probably 100 at a time, because I work with Kate Banshee, and she has a huge book of business. So in January, I use the renewal manager, and I will sort it, and I will choose all of them that I can see on the screen. And then the premiums are different for every one. So I do have to go in and do line by line, but it saves me so much time. And then I have attachments that I have to manually attach, but that goes into an activity. And so it just saves me so much time. I mean, what I used to do in 2 months for Kate's renewals, I can do in like a third of the time. So it's a huge time saver for me.
Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot.
Good job, Angie.
Any other questions for either one of them? Okay, let's go quick. I don't think a lot of people use the renewals manager. I think we definitely can. I think a part of it is that we use the expiration report. So I think a lot of, especially in the commercial world, they're using those expiration reports that they're getting, and they're working with their producers that way. The renewals manager can even go even further. We can even put that we've sent it on to market or we didn't send it on to market. But it's a whole nother program that account managers, we just need to work with. Do they want to utilize it or not utilize it? I think it's a great tool for personal lines to find the non-downloads. Like Nikki says, you don't get my nasty email saying you're missing things. I think in your situation, you can do bulk renewals. I do think in the commercial world, we can definitely utilize it. There's stages in there where, you know, a producer could say, oh, I see you've sent this out on market. They could look right on their own renewals manager. They would see where it's at. So I think there's definitely benefits for it that we can look into. And part of this is the reason why we wanted to do this section during your meeting, is that you can see people that are actually using it and ask them questions. I can tell you how the program works, but they're going to tell you how it really works. So again, that's part of why we wanted to do this year. Okay, we have Miss Ellen. She works in the Wisconsin Rapids office. She should pay double because she works with Tim every day. She is a commercial lines account manager. She's been with Spectrum for 4 years, 20 years in the industry. Fun fact, she earned her CIC in 2024. She's worked on the company side in the life insurance department at her prior job, and we also used to work together.
Yes, we did.
So Ellen is going to talk about how she uses Indio.
So how many people use Indio for obtaining signatures? How about getting applications completed? Do any of you use it for pre-renewal? Okay, Indio has changed a lot since it first came out. When it first came out, a lot of our forums weren't out there when we did a search on them. You were constantly sending stuff in to have them create it. But now, and especially I think maybe even because of the browser, I just went out there yesterday to just refamiliar myself with how many kinds of schedules you can pull through. Like for a pre-renewal kind of situation, especially if you have a fleet or a lot of drivers, something like that, you can pull all those schedules through, send them to the insured, and whereas functionality in the past, you were limited with what you could do with the columns and things like that, now you can make it exactly how you want it to look, pretty much. And send it to the insured. They can make their changes. When they send it back to you, you can print out a little report that tells you what they changed. So it's not like you have to go through item by item. It'll tell you they deleted this vehicle, and this vehicle, and added 5 other drivers that maybe we didn't know about. I mean, you don't love that kind of situation, but it happens. So you can use it for pre-renewal before you send it out to carrier so that you have all your accurate information. But what I use it most for, other than the signature piece, which is so easy to use, is I have a ton of like specialty little accounts, directors and officers policies, like things with West Bend under their specialty underwriting group. So every so many years, they want fresh apps. And sometimes these apps are 3 pages long with, 40 questions. What's really great is you can send that to the insured, and if you've had it in the past, you can move that forward and send that to them. And yes, it is their information from back then, but a lot of times for a lot of these small groups, it's not like things change. I mean, they have the same fishery once a year, that kind of stuff. So I just find it very helpful. The only downside is when you have folks who don't like to work with technology and they're afraid of it. I try to tell them, because when you look at it, it's a little easier. I feel like it's less scary than putting a 3-page app in front of them when they're just getting the questions asked, and it's a pretty clean format.
Require a question to be answered. It won't let them finish it. So in a paper app or a scanned app, they may overlook a question. If you make it a required question, they have to answer.
And if there's a breakout, if you answer yes to something, it'll automatically generate a new set of questions instead of having to see the entire app at once. And it's also really great because, like, for directors and officers, especially new policies, if you need financials or you need, other corporate kind of documents, articles of incorporation or things like that, there's a spot that they can upload those items then. And then once they're done, you get everything. And you can just forward that on. And you can also review to see if, because occasionally some of those breakout things you can't make them answer, but I'm sure that'll change over time too, because it's just gotten so much better than it was just 5 years ago. It's way more functional.
Checklist is out there. They can answer all the questions, sign it, and send it back to you all through it. It's in the instructions that we just emailed out. I don't think the apps will come in personal lines, because the Accord apps, because I think it's all through company websites. I don't think they would do that. To piggyback what Ellen was saying too about the spreadsheets, I don't even know if you could use the spreadsheet function in personal lines. I don't know if those Accord forms are even out there. The one thing just to add to that is, as an agency, we can recreate any spreadsheet you want. So we've been testing with transportation, so there's a transportation one that's out there. I added one for like a township out there because maybe they're looking for different information. So we can also, do that. The other thing that with the browser, there's a little box right there in Indio that says attach to Epic. It automatically attaches to Epic. You don't even have to send it to yourself to drag and drop it over. You just click a little button, it goes over there. Negative, it just attaches to the client, not in our procedures, so there is a little legwork. You'd have to reassociate it and stuff, but it's very nice. One feature it also has, if like you had the vehicle spreadsheets, you can then actually put it back to Epic and it would update your Epic app. It errors out for me sometimes and I'm still struggling, but it is something that's also available, which is pretty cool.
I mean, for marketing purposes, I still do create a marketing submission in Epic instead of using Indio for the actual submission because I like how it works in Epic, how we'll get an activity, and then we can keep following up on that submission with that. Everything just gets attached to that activity for that carrier. That just is such a clean, nice process. But the tools it provides can really help you, even before you submit elsewhere, can help you just clean your data and make sure you have everything as accurate as possible before you send out to.
And you can create a marketing submission and still export the marketing submission to Indio, and Indio will go back to the marketed side. So they've also advanced there as well.
Is there any training gonna, I mean, I think I think it's underutilized, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
And so, I mean, I think there'd be some great training opportunities.
We have a trainer.
No kidding.
And we just haven't gotten the buy-in yet. We have had some,
They don't know about it.
Yeah.
And then new people come in and people forget about it. So there's a great opportunity to share.
And honestly, it's not scary to dig around in there. Oh my God. Because but you can start something and clear it. You don't, or archive it. You don't, just to play around, just to give it a try. Because it is really easy to use and they've made it very easy.
I will send an email out to the customer or prospect and say, hey, this is what I'm going to send you. Attach the application, but I would say, so that we get a lot of
I do that sometimes, especially when it's a new customer who hasn't used Indio before. But one thing I do in every Indio request, because you create an email before you send it, I say, please click on the blue button above to view and complete this document. You know, I remind them why we're doing this. This is in order to cancel your policy, you need to sign a cancellation. Please click on the blue button above to view and sign this document. The blue button is a link to instructions on how to gain access to our online portal. And I never call it Indio with the customer, it's always our online portal. But for them, it's just a reminder, you're gonna have to jump through one hoop. And I generally don't say our secure portal because I'm afraid of saying secure. But that's the point of having them log in. They're going to get a code directly so nobody else can get, or hopefully can get into their data and see their information. Because if it's pre-filled, and if it's a renewal, it's pre-filled what they're getting, and some of that data can be sensitive. It's nice to know that Joe Blow can't automatically get in and see their data.
So, next week, we're going to have a training seminar, right? Gary? Okay, right?
Yeah,
That's what everybody wants?
yeah, I think there's value, absolutely. And, you know, I know that you said what becomes a little overwhelming at times is, I know Kelly Jo said, Cindy, have you gone in there and tried this? It's like, all right, I'm not quite sure what 15 minutes of my day I'm gonna, you know, so I always like to. Right, right, and so I like that where if I get a training and I kind of get that higher level overview, okay, then I can start to play, and I think maybe that's all of our human nature is like, I don't know when I'm gonna have time to click around and figure it out.
And just one more thing, when you do go in and you're bringing a customer in, even if in the past you used Indio with them for a signature, I always import the account so that the most recent information comes through and is there, because sometimes contacts change or, you know, things just change, and I always want to make sure I have the most recent information, and it's just 2 extra clicks. It's not a big deal.
And I don't know if you've noticed this, but under actions, you just go actions, export to Indio, and it goes over there. And then it goes right to the submission page. So just go actions, export to Indio, you're right into Indio. You may have to log in, but you're right there. And then you're right on that client screen, and as Ellen says, you have the most current information.
You'll love it if you do it once.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much time.
Yep. Yep. Brittany, you have a question.
Yeah, so when you have the personalized checklist, is that some sort of thing to integrate so that when you're sending an application to every single person, they're getting that personalized checklist? Like, I rarely use signatures, like hand signatures. It's always through Indio. Is that where you can integrate it with each client and say, hey, here's your rewrite, here's your personalized checklist, fill that out?
So what you end up doing is you would put in the. So she was wondering about, can I send an application and a personalized checklist at the same time? Yeah. So, and the answer is yes. You put your application into the e-signature side, and you're on that, then there's a section that says add forms. You click add forms, you go under agency forms, and personalized checklist is right there. So they would give both the forms at the same exact time. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, great questions. Thank you. All right, we have Cindy. Cindy works for the Mayville, Kewaskum, Eden office. She usually is starting to work at 4 in the morning. So if you see emails that says nobody can be logged in before 4 in the morning, it's because of Cindy and Patrick. Commercial lines account manager, 5 years with Spectrum, 41 years in the industry. Her fun fact is Cindy truly loves life, her family, and a great Gigi, and lives life to the fullest, honest to the core, and truly enjoys her life every day. Do you want the clicker, or do you just tell me when I'm clicking?
Why don't you give me the clicker?
Do you?
No, maybe I can't. Yeah, you keep the
You
clicker.
can come up.
You
I
keep
mean-
the clicker. You're good. You're good. One of the things, funny fact about me is I don't think I am funny at all. I actually am as serious as a heart attack. I am just, there's nothing, and I actually had to go to 5 friends of mine and just say, if you had to say a funny fact about me, what would it be? And they all did not have an answer. So I'm not very funny. I really am not, but I do love my family. One of the things that was interesting about what I'm going to talk about here today is 3 things actually came up in the E&O section. 2 of the close calls were about payments. That's what we're going to talk about today is client payments. 2 close calls. Deb made a reference to one of the clients that they fired, and they said in addition to firing them, they were just a payment nightmare. We have those clients that are just constantly wasting your time. The other thing that I thought was extremely interesting when they were doing the new Epic, what's new in Epic, is they were costing out the time it costs us to do a certificate. I wonder if they did a cost analysis on how much time it's costing us to make payments for our clients. And it's not making us any money, and it's putting us in a terrible errors and omissions situation. I'm all about efficiencies, but I'm also worried about E&O, and some of the slides we're going to go through. But one of the things, my first slide, just my header there, it's like we had to start educating our clients about how to be more efficient on their payments. And again, the other thing that was in the What's New in Epic is you're seeing the trend that clients are willing to do this. You know, they want this. They want efficiencies. They want to be able to make payments or get their certificates online. This is a new trend. It's not that we have to hand-hold them for payments. So that's what we're going to talk about. Next, it's an incredible waste of our time. I don't know any other industry that babysits billing like we do. I really don't. I mean, we are so far behind on it. Nobody calls me when my payments are late. Nobody does. I don't know why we are babysitting this. And we've conditioned our clients like that. And that's the scary thing. That's where we are in. So we just got to look at, again, the time savings that they talked about today in some of the Epic processes. This is a big one. This is a big waste of our time, and it's a scary thing. I'm going to talk about my, yes?
Do you get clients pushing back on you at all when they say, nobody called me?
Well, I'm going to address a couple of those, okay? These are my prior bad habits before we joined Spectrum. We had way too much cash. I mean, I had clients walking in. There was, the guy that, has all of his tenants pay him in cash, and he came to pay his, HAB risk in, $100 bills on my desk. I had that. I did. And I'm, some of these things that I'm disclosing to you, I'm actually, embarrassed to talk about. But we had a lot of cash. We had a big safe in our office, actually, that kept all the cash. We actually encouraged our clients to come in and pay. If they would call us on the phone, we'd say, okay, why don't you stop in? I'm going to be here till 5, I'll make your payment, rather than directing them to the carrier website. We encouraged them to do that. We had in our possession way too much sensitive information. I mean, I had credit cards. I had banks information in my system. And then I had a flag the 3rd of every month to make that payment for that client. I did that. I'm embarrassed to say, but that is what, and I look back at that and we made a significant shift, and we did not lose clients. These actions, I put our agency in an E&O. It stressed me out. God, I better not be sick a day, because what if I was supposed to make that payment for that client on the 3rd and I'm, in a car accident? So it just was such bad habits, and we've trained our clients like that. So these are some of my, putting it all out there, what kind of a bad agent I was at one time. So, but this is, I'm going to tell you, my husband and I, owners of Mayville Insurance, and we felt that this was a service. This is a service. We are putting ourselves, this is, what do you do differently? Well, we felt this was what we had to do differently. And it really wasn't. That was not it. There were other things that, we certainly concentrated on, but we felt that this maybe set us apart. And that really wasn't the case. So after that, this is how it changed. One of the things I put in a big 8 by 10 frame, all in red, no more cash payments. As soon as the client walked in, that's the first thing that they seen. And yes, did we get pushback? Well, you can go down and get a money order, or, and again, some people said, well, they made excuses. Well, I don't have a checkbook, or I don't have this or that, but we started with the no cash payments. That was the first thing that, I started with. And I said, we're not going to take, and I said, first of all, it's for the safety of my staff. I don't want people to know that we've got cash here. It was all for, and that's how I explained it. And people like, well, yeah, that makes sense. Not that I was being, a jerk in any other way. It's just like, no, it was the safety of my staff. I did not want that kind of money laying around in my office and people knowing about it. So that was one of the things. Letters were sent. And Tim, this is what, that you were at. We sent letters out to all those clients that we felt that we had conditioned them, that this was going to happen. And we said, we're not going to do this anymore. And then it was also verbally. I mean, we went to these clients and said, we're not going to do this. Like they would call in, or I would say, this is the last time. We are done doing it. And through that type of communication, that stuff has stopped. But it took a commitment to just saying, I'm not going to do this anymore. I know I took over the Eden book, and I think Eden, too, was pretty accustomed to, a lot of babysitting. And I've conditioned those clients to make their own payments. But it's, you do it nice, you take it in baby steps. It's not like, okay, I'm done now with you, but I think you got to just start to condition them. But we did do the letters, we did do it verbally. And then the next thing, Kelly Jo and I met, and we were talking about efficiencies within the agency, and I said, I just think this is a huge time waster, payments. What can we do? So her and I, we had a lunch together, and we developed these templates that we're going to show you here. Oh, yeah, not next. It will in a minute. But one of the first things that we have to do is make sure that our client screens are accurate. And I don't get off the phone, not if I'm talking to the client every day, of course, but I always, let's go through your email. What's your phone number? Because a lot of this is now going to be email communication with them. And I want to make sure that we have this. So, you don't go to a doctor's office today without them, I can go in there every day. Walk in because I've got a follow-up appointment, and they're asking me the same thing. Your address is this, it is. People are used to that. So I think we just got to just confirm their email, confirm their contact information. And I know when Mayville had, we had a big storm come through, and there were I had gotten some calls from some adjusters that said, well, the phone number on the loss notice is wrong. Well, that's because it was wrong in the system when we didn't ask it. This trickles down to so many things, so I think we've got to, again, get just used to talking to our clients and getting the right information and taking that little bit of time. And again, the way it's all laid out there in Epic, it's super easy for us to click and say, okay, this is what I've got. And so we really cleaned, I think a major step for the success of this is to get your information, accurate. And then what we developed, Kelly Jo, and she went to the owners on this, and we developed these emails. And down in the corner, I've got what they're under in the template. It's billing, and it's, save time and set up EFT. And so what will happen here is if a walk-in or call-in comes in, I'm going to take it. We're going to take it. We're not going to say no. I think that is the worst thing is this, especially the first time is, okay, yeah, absolutely. They're used to it, Joe, I'm going to do this. But then then I will, again, confirm the email, and I'm going to say, okay, you know what, after I make this payment for you, I'm going to email you the receipt. Well, guess what goes with the receipt? It's this. It's like saying, listen, we're happy to do this, but we really think for your safety, for all of the reasons that are laid out here, it's in your best interest to start doing it this way, okay? And so that's one template. I'm not going to read it word by word, but it's, the general gist of that. And then the next template that was developed is for your chronic late payers that you are maybe following up on all the time, or you're doing and they're always in pending cancellation. Well, okay, they get reinstated. This is, again, another email that I send out, and I include the EFT forms. I'm doing this in many, I'm attaching EFT forms and online payment options in almost every email that is going out in certain situations. But this is one where I'm, again, getting them reinstated. I follow up like here. This is the reasons you don't want to go into cancellation. It can all, all of the risks. So huge, huge success in this. I've gotten a lot of very, very positive feedback from the clients on these two. Again, they walk in or they're chronically late. So these are two that are out there, and again, the template is named there on the bottom. What I've done, and I've kind of highlighted it there, that's where it is. And what I have on my desktop, and this is all the EFT forms. I've got it right there. So it's boom, it's there, click, drag, drop in, and I've got whatever, if I want to do the online, letting them know the online or the EFT form option, so that it makes it super simple when I'm in this client thing. So again, that's just a folder on my desktop that I've got.
And a quick plug about the Insider, we have a lot of those actually already out on the Insider, so if you're not sure how to find them on the company website, go to the Insider because we have them already available for you.
Right. The next slide, I put a couple things together. So like this is Pekin, not your favorite company, I've just heard, but anyway, so they've got some pretty decent online payment instructions. And that's what I went to every one of my carriers and I said, give me your online payment instructions. One of the things that they didn't put anywhere on their online payment instructions was their billing number. I put that on there. I put on every one, it's highlighted in yellow because, again, I want them, if they got a question, I don't know their online system. I want them to call billing. And that's why you'll see on the top there, billing,
Cindy, I just want to ask or mention, something I learned from Cindy when we were working through this is Pekin and auto owners, if I'm not mistaken, you can combine all their bills under one account for the client, and I did not know that.
Yep.
And I don't know if everybody else knows that.
What's that?
Yeah, but I didn't know that, so just in case somebody else, I just thought I'd mention that.
That's another whole can of worms. Yeah, that really, but yeah. But it's interesting that the companies put together these documents and they don't anywhere on there put their phone number or their billing extension number. So again, I put it on there so it's front and center that they're making that phone call directly to them. Let me see, what was the next slide? What do I got? Okay, this is another thing. So I went to Secura, and I said, okay, like I said, I called every one of my carriers, and I said, okay, give me your latest, greatest, how we're going to do it. Well, Secura said, we don't have it. We don't have anything on. They did not develop anything. But what Allison gave me, and she goes, well, I can give you the step-by-step. So for Secura, because they don't have like an online instruction, I pulled it back to Allison and I said, well, you want me to figure this out? And she said, no. And so she pulled this together for me, and then this is something that I'm sending on to my Secura people. Here's how you do it. This is where you go to make your payment online. Again, trying to make it as simple as possible. So that was, what I had to do for Secura. But again, it was just pushing the carriers to, this is what you want us to do, but now you don't even have a decent sheet for us to, train our clients on. The next one is West Bend, and again, there was nowhere that they had their phone number, and I think I had to put it up there on the customer service thing. But one of the things when I'm doing my renewals with West Bend is I did a screenshot. You can tell there if the client has enrolled in their portal. And and so when I'm doing a renewal review, I am either congratulating the client. Oh, I see that you've signed up for the, what do they call it? What's it called here? They're enrolled in their insured portal. Great. You know, and then I will sometimes also still, just as a reminder, here are the instructions how to make a payment. But if they haven't, then I call it out and I say, are you aware that there's an online portal? I see you're not signed up. So you can tell right here from the West Bend billing screen that yes or no if the client has done a portal. And so again, it's another encouragement. It's another way I think of me knowing, hey, you know, I'm paying attention to what you're all doing there. So that's on the West Bend, and I know that's our biggest carrier, so there's a lot of communication that goes on with your West Bend clients. So that's, you know, that's some place to look and to see if they are utilizing their online, you know, their online portal. So again, West Bend's got a real nice sheet too, as instruction, you know, click by click type of a thing, which I think is, you know, really, really helpful. The other thing that I do is, this is just an example of some of my communications with my clients. When I see that when I do renewal reviews, I do pretty extensive renewal reviews, but I always review billing. And I want to know where they're at with billing. And if I see that they're on a monthly billing and they're paying $7 a month, I'm discouraging that. I'm giving them the options, which is what I bolded there. You know, you can avoid these service fees by signing up for EFT for your convenience. I've attached the EFT form for you to complete, or you can contact auto owners directly, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, I give them their billing account number. I try to make it as simple as possible. My return on investment on this has been with the Eden and Kewaskum book of commercial has been unbelievable. Unbelievable. Farmers, you know, you'd never think that the farm want to do these, that these are, it's really been very, very successul. The other thing is I do, the second bullet there is I've attached, okay, I'm doing their renewal. I'm really discouraging people to mail in their payments. So, for example, auto owners, they send their bill out 20 days before the bill is due. By the time that gets to my clients, 7 days have passed. Now the client gets it, and now they're got to put it. I was babysitting a lot of late payments with auto owners, because, and then they would say, well, I put it in the mail last week. Well, you know, so that was one thing that was happening. And again, I think that I've been telling Lori, I said, God, you guys got to. It's 20 days is kind of ridiculous, I think, for a billing today with the mail situation. But anyway, that's what's going on. So I'm saying, please avoid snail mail. Do this. Get them, you know, conditioned to do that. So this is just some of my approach to billing. Again, I think today some of the things that we talked about really reinforced our value of our time. And if we really look at our days and what we're spending our time on, if billing is kind of a big part of it, we're encouraging it. I think, you know, we've developed some tools here for you to make it, you know, more efficient. So, and it really has worked well for me, and I'm, you know, so I'm glad to share that. I think that's my last real important slide. The rest of it is junk. And you and I started, well, you know, Irina really dug in, but I've been kind of doing this. I've been doing this, you know. It's hard to tell, but what I'm getting is less billing calls. I guess that just proves success. I mean, I can't track now when I go back maybe to do a renewal review and I see, oh, last year I suggested that they go on EFT, and now that they know that they're on EFT, well, that was a success. But I think it comes down to the amount of time a day I was spending on billing issues a year ago to the time that I'm doing it now is significantly less, significantly. So it's kind of hard to quantify it, but I'm being bugged less. I'm being, you know, and I think from a stress standpoint of not having to babysit clients, and I'm, yeah, I think just in the way that I'm utilizing my time is better than it was before.
Any questions or comments?
Yes? Is this handout? Absolutely, yeah. I think Kelly Jo's got it. I sent it to you, yep. Yep.
And I'll add on one more for training purposes. I think I would love for Cindy to do a training webinar with anyone that's interested with us as well on her success and just drilling down a little bit more from what we're learning today. We can put it in a letter form.
But, you know, with Teresa, I've had a couple of my farmers that don't have email, and I just copy pasted and threw it into, you know, into a letter too, when I've been doing their review. But yeah, but we could do that into
We
something.
can create a letter, absolutely.
So, what, would just, I'm not doing, you know, and I guess which carriers are doing that? Really?
So I guess what do you guys do in the end for that, for the initial payment, just collecting it?
Yeah, I mean, they have to sign the EFT off for a one-time payment, so why not set them up on recurring at that point? Then you have the form on hand and it's signed and done.
Right, I think that's exactly it. It's like get them on the EFT immediately, then it's like, and then when you upload, you're all done. I think that's pretty much how we're doing it commercially. We're trying to get everybody on the EFT right away so that, I think that's really, you know, this is the answer. It's EFT, you know, we're not gonna, the billing, and if you start to talk about the $7 or $10 billing fees a month, I mean, people are, you know, they're money conscious today that it is something, but yeah. I know that, yeah, there is some, you know, I guess when you are uploading some of those, you do, yeah, I guess, yeah. I don't know how the answer is on that, right stuff.
It's more of a comment than a question. It's just, I'm hoping that more companies will start to do annual EFT, where they're, like right now, there's just a few that just won't. And so then you have those people annually that aren't paying their bill, and then you kind of have to.
So her question was annual EFT.
It's not a question, just a comment. I'm
Yeah,
hoping more
and I
companies
mean,
will-
like, I know West Bend is doing annual EFT. There's, a lot of the carriers are really starting.
To do it,
Yeah. I mean, I've actually had just a lot of conversation with billing departments on, you know, when I feel like they're, like, I can't believe that they're not doing something, I'll call, and then you find out, oh yeah, we can do that. I mean, so I think that there's more and more of the annual EFT. And I know now everybody, you know, they're doing the 3% charge on credit cards, which is kind of discouraging for some people, which again is another reason for the EFT type of thing, but some people want to do the points, but the 3% on the credit cards is, I think, a little more discouraging now for clients. They don't want to use their credit card as much as they wanted to. So any other questions? So, no, it's been really successful, and again, I know our busy days are crazy, and this is just maybe one thing that I don't really think is a service. I don't. It's not a service anymore. It's a task that we're having.
Analogy of the cable bill, utility, you don't get reminders from them. Why do we have to send reminders? And once we, everybody knows once we do that once, right, that first time, we remind that customer, oh, hey, your payment is due, and then we don't do it in the future and they don't pay it, that's on us. So that, everybody knows that, I would really hope, but we can't do it once, because then we're on the hook.
Oh, yeah. Or doesn't my umbrella cover that? 10-day grace period, yeah. Wisconsin Mutual, they were notorious for that 10-day grace period. Yeah.
So I have another question for the panel, and if anyone else has any other questions, again, we have 2 commercial account managers, 2 personal lines account managers. My question to each of you is, are you using the browser? And we'll just go down. If you are using it, what do you like about it? What don't you like about it? So let us know if you're using it, if you like it or not.
Yes, I am using it. It's a little bit different than the desktop version, so it takes a little getting used to, but after about a week, you notice that speed is much better. Attachments are transferring much better and faster, so overall it's been a positive experience for me.
I'm using it, and I would maybe say the opposite. I think that it's a little slower, or maybe I was just so used to the old one, and you just get into like the way you do things, your workflow, and you know how many times you're going to tab to the next, and now it's a little different. So then I find myself like having to go back and maybe do an extra click that I wasn't used to before. But after we first started it, I was boycotting it. I didn't like it. I'm like, I'm done with this. But I gave it a second try, and now it's getting better. And, it's just like teaching an old dog new tricks. Eventually they'll get it.
I am using it. I do like it. For me, I felt like I got used to it in about a day and a half. You find little things that are a little different. Contact screens are more of a form instead of what they used to be. It looks more like Indio, actually, than what Epic used to look like. I love, love, love the AI summary, but you do have to watch that. If it's a more complicated email, you really want to make sure you're pulling stuff out, because some stuff will be absolutely opposite of what you're trying to say. So but for basic stuff, it's awesome. And I do enjoy that little, when you click on a attachment without opening it, that preview is kind of nice, because if you only need something from the first 2 pages, you can scroll down and there it is. But there are little things that I don't like when I used to create a letter, I'd just hit enter twice and I'd be boom, the letter would open up. That you gotta wait for the next window and click and click. But that is minor compared with some of the tools that came with it. And it's not hard, and it's not like you're in a totally different program. It's definitely Epic. So if you're afraid, still give it a shot, because I think some of the tools are really, really nice.
I just want to piggyback real quick on something that you said. The drop AI activity, just watch it, as what Ellen said, is what's kind of confusing, and I'm just going to kind of talk about the download personal lines real quick, is if you have an email and the email is asking you, add this vehicle, do this thing, check on my billing, and send me a binder, well, when you drop and drag that, sometimes the last thing was send binder. Well, the download team, did they send it? Did they not send it? Do I need to keep it open? So if you've already done some of the tasks, just retype it a little bit and just put sent binder, or just take that part out in that activity, because it is a little bit confusing. It is in third party, so if it will say Kelly asked to add that, it's a little weird, I'm not gonna lie. So again, that's something to get used to, but do double check the drop and drag AI, but use it. I mean, that's why we have it. It's extremely detailed. So just wanted to piggyback on that.
Yeah, I'm using it, and I'm going to, completely mirror what Ellen said. The AI is unbelievable. I can't believe the amount of clicks that has saved. And I also use the last email click button often. So it's like it'll AI it, and then you're going back and forth with the client, and I'll drag and drop that in again, and then it only summarizes my last communication with the client. And then again, when you're within that activity, it's you can click through your, all of your notes, and it really is, it's great. The thing, and I don't know, did you share that we figured out how to do it without the activity? So.
I know that it's too confusing for everybody,
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, and that was your workaround, and it's a great idea. I just didn't.
You know, so there's a lot of times where you want to drag in an email and you want to summarize it, but it's not necessarily an activity. And right now the AI is only working within in the activity world. Well, if you bring it in and you click summarize, it's going to like default to activity. What I do is I copy it as it's now summarized it. I've copied it. I now change it to the policy, and then I drag it into the policy, and I just right click and I drag and I put the whole summary in that area. So I'm summarizing everything. I really am. But you know, the workaround was at first now it only lets you truly do it through the activity area, but there's a quick, and it's only 2 more clicks to be able to summarize and AI summarize everything that is going on in it, and so it works really well. So yeah, I like that. I think that is amazing. The one, you know, I got 4 screens on my desk, so sorry. Sometimes I click close and everything closes, you know, because it's in browser. That is the thing that's like, shit, I closed everything. So that is the thing that it's gotten that I think gets me, because I got too much going on, and all of a sudden I think like, okay, I'm like, West Bend is opened up within, you know, my 50,000 clients that I got open, and I click to close West Bend, and now I've closed everything. Yeah. So that's an annoyance that I'm trying to wish that, like, when you open something up, like when you're going in to go through the, you know, PNC, or you know, you're going to go to the website, that it would actually open up on another window, you know?
I kind of found a way around that, in that if I want to stay in Google Chrome, I do, but I will set up Microsoft Edge as my default, so that when I do go into West Bend or I go into another one, I can click out of that and it's not bugging Epic at all.
Huh. So are you opening up that through like the actions, through your,
When I use my links in Epic, it still opens in a Google browser. So CSR 24 is still in Google, Indio is still in Google, but I'll set up every morning, I just change my default browser to Microsoft Edge or whatever that is, and then I just use that for all my company stuff.
Okay.
And that way I'm not messing with Epic. And you do that too?
Well, I try to keep Epic only on my far left screen, and everything else. Yeah, so then you know, like, don't ever close the left side.
And I think it's a given when you switch to the browser, you're gonna close out Epic at least once. But
And you swear every single time.
Yeah.
But then you stop doing it. And then it's like, oh, cool. I didn't close it accidentally all day.
Yes. Yes. Did you want to
Any other questions for our panel? Well, in Epic, if you hit the X, it just thinks it's closing everything out.
In the browser.
I haven't found it yet.
I do, like
Well,
when
look,
I want to close out a client. Are you sure this is saved?
Oh, I don't know.
Your AI summary and tell us what that conversation was.
Yeah, she was saying, is there a pop-up, like, shouldn't there be a pop-up if you accidentally close it? It should like pop up saying, are you sure you really want to close me? And I don't know. I mean,
No, there isn't.
There isn't.
There isn't, no. That'd be good, though. That's a great suggestion, Rebecca.
yeah, so try it and let us know.
No, there isn't.
There isn't?
No, I swear to God.
You just lose it. You're out.
You're out.
And you swear.
But you could go to your locate drop down and see the last 20 clients you were in, and that would maybe remind you what you were in the middle of doing.
No.
Maybe.
Unless you were working on 5 of them and you didn't know which
500
one.
of them open, yeah.
Any other questions? If not, thank our panel. We have one more. I'm done unless somebody else has stuff. Anyone else have anything? Carrie, did we miss anything? Deb or Jamie, you guys want to add anything on stuff? Love and hate about Spectrum.
What do I love and hate about Spectrum? I do think that we do need more training. And I know Kelly Jo, you had talked about, the dashboard on investing more time in that and bringing that forth. But I hear, so out of the whole, we added this CSW work group, which has been fantastic. But, and we've seen workflows come out for them, but there's this gap of account managers. How did their process, how are our processes changed? What are our additional tasks that have come out of CSW that we need to hone more to help service our clients better? So, for example, and I'll use just our team as an example. So we had a dedicated CSR. And so that individual was then pulled off and pulled in to the CSW role. And she's leading the charge and she's doing fantastic things within there. But there were things that she did for us as a team that she no longer does. And we're still trying to recap and figure out and work on our flow and our processes on what that looks like for us. Because there were certain things that she made the noise go away for us, and now we don't entirely know what those things are. And so we're still learning through that. And I don't know if any other account managers have seen that with this change in this group, if there are things that they would like to see more, more training on, or just a refresher, a recap, have the training department reach out and say, what do you need training on? There's policy forms, there's customer service, there's, how do you talk to a client on the phone? How do you diffuse a situation? How do you prioritize your workday? How do you organize your workday? So sorry, I could go on and on because that's how I think, organizing and how do we take care of our clients the best way possible? And what does that look like? And how do we do it efficiently, like Snow White? I was listening. So I'll stop talking. That's
Dawn Bukowski. Dawn, where? Yes? You're on his team, yeah, same, Sarah? Yep. Somebody else's team. Well, we don't have to do anything if you don't want to. We can train Chris up, or the ARNT team. But yes, and I think what Cindy did the things that Cindy is doing on the billing. I mean, that's fantastic. I mean, that's really great. But you're probably doing that, and nobody else, or maybe somebody's doing something else. Standardize that, I think, is important to have what you've already done and replicate it for others. Does everybody like what Cindy did? Yeah, who wouldn't? Whether it's commercial or personal lines. She's invented the wheel. Now we just all have to use the wheel. So that's fantastic. But how did we know that other than we don't know that until today?
Well, you would have known. We've been testing it. Our goal was she was going to start it, get it down with the science. Then we were going to introduce another office and another office. So our plan was introducing it to everybody, but we also wanted to see it from start to finish. We didn't want to roll it out and then all of a sudden be like, well, we kind of know what we're doing, we're kind of don't.
Yeah. Well, I think it's ready to go.
So she's been the guinea pig on doing it.
Sure.
And so it was going to be rolled out. We just.
Sure, but my point is there's probably a lot of other things that you're doing in your world that you can share with the rest of the group. So I don't know if when you have things like this, I mean, let's use Carrie Klinger as the resource to say, hey, Carrie, I'm doing this. And I think what Ellen is doing in Indio is fantastic, and you're just missing the boat if you're not using Indio. I mean, if I'm using Indio as the owner, producer, janitor, it's making my world easier. So knowing that it's making my world easier, and Kim and I work really well together, there's just certain apps that I do because I know how to do them,
right.
Cyber apps.
And to share something that we have been working behind the scenes, we've had management meetings and we've talked about it, is we are looking at creating a mentorship program. And so we have, Deb and Jamie and Carrie and I have talked about this, and what we want to do with the mentorship, and actually I've also talked to Rebecca about this, and we want to say, okay, you're really good at Indio, so you're going to be a resource, and we're going to go, and all of us are going to tackle how you're doing it, and then we're going to just keep going out. I'll tell you right now, Easy Links, we probably already have a mentor because she's the top one within the agency.
Yeah.
To piggyback further in this mentorship is we want to then look at our procedures and say, are we doing it the most effective way? So we want this mentorship to be a Cindy.
Yeah.
Be the guinea pig. Tell us how it's truly going to work in the real world, and then we're going to introduce. The mentorships that we have kind of briefly talked about are Indio, CSR 24, Easy Links. What other ones have we talked about? Marketing submission was a huge one. And then even drill it down further, are we doing our cancellation process? Do we need to, Now, when I say this, it is in the infant stage, and if you have suggestions on how you feel like a mentorship should run, I'm taking them. How we're going to introduce sorry, I didn't really talk to you about this.
No surprise.
It was really good timing, though.
Yeah. Okay.
And so, it's a volunteer type thing. So that's one thing that we briefly talked about is we want volunteers. Because we don't want to say you are going to be on it or you're going to be on it. We want people to volunteer. Something that Carrie suggested as well is that, okay, so we maybe do it for 3 months with one group and then we change it to a different group. So then more people can be engaged in our spectrum processes. So.
Well, I think there has to be a more formal approach to this now. And maybe, we have like agent advisory councils all the time, and we have that, some internal stuff. I think an account manager advisory council would be a really good thing, a more formalized approach where you have commercial people and personal lines people on an advisory board, and you can then go to them And you guys can talk about, I mean, this is really for you guys, so you can make it whatever you want.
Right. And
It's
to
to make your job easier.
Right, and to piggyback, we want power users. I mean, Carrie is great. She does a great job. Deb and Jamie do a great job. But, you know, we have 170 employees, so to have additional resources, I think are huge. And I think it's employee engagement.
Well,
You feel like you have a word, you feel like you're involved, and I think that's pretty exciting as well.
yeah, we need to do this because we've had Indio for how many years? And other than for e-signatures, 3 people are using Indio for applications maybe? I mean, we need to have a more formal approach to this. So, and Carrie, you have to piggyback this. That's,
Yeah, you know,
Yeah.
I was just going to add really quick. So, by no means are we, anyone in this room saying you need to do this because, and you're not doing it intentionally. When I'm talking to, you know, almost all of you at some point in the time, everyone is really busy. And so it's one of those things of just keeping things in the forefront. Because we can all fall out of habits, right? So if you've been doing this process for X amount of years, and now we're introducing a new process, you are retraining your brain to do this new process. It is so easy to fall back into your old habits. So by creating, you know, committees or advisory boards, it's really just helping each other keep up on new habits, on new practices, and learning from each other. I am more than happy to always help in that type of thing, but we also need to be responsible for our own learning as well. You know, I love the insider from the standpoint of now I can communicate mass processes all at the same time, and it's all, I just have to say, yep, it click here, click here, click here. I'll walk you through it, but next time you can't remember, it's right here. Because that's where we fall out of the practice of, yep, Carrie told me, or Kelly Jo told me, or Jamie or Deb told me, but then we remember it for those minutes, and then we get a phone call, and we get, you know, this, and we get that. So I think it's great that we will start this, and Daryl's right, more formalized, keep it going, that type of thing. So participation, highly encouraged. We would love to have, if anybody's interested in, and Kelly Jo, it's in its infancy, so sorry, Daryl, it's not. It's a surprise, though. But yeah, I think, and then it helps, and then it's not something where you have to, you know, you can just ask your neighbor maybe, or you can make an easy, quick phone call to someone because you're all on the same page. So that's all I wanted to add.
Good job.
So in my prior life, I was, you know, headed up a user group before, and I found great value in what we're doing here. You know, it's the networking, and you know, now that you're buying agencies all over, I'm all for like quarterly, just a lunch and learn. You know, I mean, and I think that when we all get together, and you know, like Kathy Butsky and I we got together one night for dinner, and we talked insurance the whole time. She made me promise that the next time we go for dinner, we can't talk insurance anymore. But you know, it was such a network. It's like we're talking, and you know, you just wonder now. We've got, you know, in our part of the state, we've got Mayville, Eden, Kewaskum, Slinger. We're, you know, Fond du Lac, and we get together and we do a lunch and learn, and we just like, and we have an agenda. I used to run them. I ran agent learning sessions where we just had 3 things. 3
like
items.
We just got a volunteer.
Teresa used to go, you know, 1 or 2 items, and we just would like, okay, it was lunch learn. What is it? Like a best practices, like tips and tricks. Oh, did you know you could do that? It's such a great usage of our time, and then we're all talking real life things. There's a time limit on it. We get it done, and we walk away. And you know, you could do 4 quarters like this in the state. I think that is where we're all going to learn from each other. And what we used to do in our agency was we would take turns going, and we'd have to come back with what we came back with. You know, like, okay, we were responsible for teaching the rest of the people within our organization what we learned at the user group meeting. So I think that we learn from each other, and I think that that's really a good usage of our time.
For sure.
So we got your approval?
You never need my approval, it sounds like.
I don't know if I really did. Well, it was a good opportunity to tell you what we've been thinking. I mean, and to be honest with you, I love the clapping that they're interested too, because we do need you want to be a part of that. So, I mean, that's important too. Kathy, do you have something?
Well, for the people that are new and for the people that have been here for a few years like me, it comes down to you don't know what you don't know.
Yes.
So I think, you know, and not necessarily relying on Carrie for like, you have to know everything and teach it to me. But, you know, there's tons of carriers that I don't necessarily work with very much. Carrie, who do you know that works with them a lot that I could just, who could I call?
Yeah.
So to be a resource that way would be excellent.
And I appreciate that as well, because, yeah, to me, it's overwhelming sometimes when, you know, it's all encompassing. Would love to be a part of that as well, and more in the meat. I don't always know what I don't know as well. We really are in this together, and together anything is possible to make all of this work. You like that? Yeah. So totally, yeah. Give me a call. And again, I think we really are all in the same boat together. This is not intentional of like, oh, we need, you know, and we're not doing this because we're just busy. And that's a good thing. That's a great problem to have, of being busy and writing business, absolutely. But absolutely, I'm more than willing to, if I don't know it, I do figure it out, absolutely. And try to create a cheat sheet that's up to date as well, with help, Jamie, Deb, that type of thing as well, so.
So Chris, I don't think we solved your issue. Where's Blaney? There you are. But there you go. And so that's something for Deb to take back, to say, okay, one of my account managers is struggling with this. So whether it's a group or however it's solved, there's an issue out there. So we have to communicate. And the transportation folks, I think you guys have a great opportunity to set up your own little work group, and once a month, once every 2 months, just get something on the calendar and just talk about things that are going on and problems that you guys are having. And you know, somebody can facilitate it, or it can just be you guys, because you guys, it's a different animal. And Deb freely admits she struggles with it. It's not her expertise. So it's up, you know, you guys form a little group and do that, and bring Carrie in, because always bring Carrie in, because it's good for her to know what's going on. So she can learn, and then she can also take that and apply it elsewhere. So personal lines too. I mean, we have the personal lines producer monthly meeting, but you personal lines folks don't get together and talk, right? Other than in your office. So I don't know, Jamie, maybe a monthly account or personal lines, whoever you want. Just talk about issues and training, and I think we just have to be more formal and intentional on some of these things. And again, Carrie is the quarterback on this stuff, so if you want something done, she'll be the quarterback. That's why we have her here. Okay? Anything else?
No.
No. Good talk. Good talk. All right, well, I think there's one last drawing, I believe, for like, what do you? Oh, I thought that was for me.
You what?
I thought that was for me.
No.
Oh. Is it me, or am I doing this? No, IT? Oh, man. Shit. Well done. What? Who is it? Who is it? Well, this was rigged. There you go.
Brian, let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Good luck. Who won last year? Who won the Surface last year? Shar? And who won the year before that? I knew Nikki won it one year, right? Was it the year before? Chris Blaney, did you win the last year or the year before? Okay. Yeah, they're nice. I have one. Brittany Bender, the pride of Marshfield. Congratulations. Okay, great. Anything else? Thank you to everybody for coming. Some people came from afar and others pretty close. Leslie, glad you could make it this year, despite of your team that you root for. But hey. Great job, everybody. Thank you for all you do on behalf of all the partners. We really appreciate all that you do. You do fantastic work for us. Every one of you does incredible work for us. So we're very appreciative of that. So again, on behalf of all the partners, thank you all. And thanks for coming. Safe travels home.